Recording in progress.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. And good evening. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for March 16th, 2026. And if you wish to provide public comment tonight, there are cards in the back of the room, and our clerk will receive them from you at the front of the room here. And let's see, separate comment for general public comment or for specific items. So if you are speaking on a specific item, note that item on the card and you'll be called in that period. So let's see. All our meetings are broadcast in multiple languages, and we have that. We have a QR code that you can scan in the back of the room, or it's on the agendas that are published, or if you're looking at the internet at home and watching our event tonight, it's on the web page there, and it'll translate into several different languages. So may we have a roll call for the evening, please?
Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
DeCarly,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Quint,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Thanks so much. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a moment of silence, please. Thank you. To this point, I ask, look up and down the dais and ask any of the council members if they wish to have an item moved, any changes to tonight's agenda. And so I'm seeing Councilmember Barnacle.
I propose that we move item 12 before item 11. I'm going to be recusing from item 11, and I'd like to not just wait in the back while we head on to.
I see. Any other agenda changes or deletions? Is that proposed change acceptable to the body? Any objection? Then we will adopt that change on our agenda tonight and follow that order. We always start a meeting with several proclamations, sometimes good news in the community and things. And tonight we have two of such events. And I'd like to invite Joanna Rooney to the podium. Joanna, welcome. And Joanna is the American Association of University Women president, our Petaluma co-president. And I will read our proclamation now. And let's see, it is Equal Pay Day. Whereas over 60 years after the passage of Equal Pay Day Act of 1963, women, especially minority women, continue to suffer the consequences of unequal pay. Whereas according to the U.S. Census Bureau, women working full-time year-round in 2025 earned 81% of what men earned for full-time work and 76%, including part-time and seasonal workers, down from 84% and 78% in 2024. And whereas according to Graduating to a Pay Gap, a 2012 research report by the American Association of University Women, the gender pay gap is evident 1 year after college graduation, even after controlling for factors known to affect earnings, such as occupation, hours worked, and college major. And whereas in 2009, the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act was signed into law, which gives back employees their day in court to challenge a pay gap. And we now must pass the Paycheck Fairness Act, which would amend the Equal Pay Act by closing loopholes and improving the law's effectiveness. Whereas a lifetime of lower pay means women have less income to save for retirement and less income counted in Social Security or pension benefit formulas, fair pay strengthens the securities of families and eases the future retirement costs while enhancing the American economy. And whereas fair pay equity policies can be implemented simply and without undue cost or hardship in both the public and private sectors, March 26th symbolizes the time in 2026 when the wages paid to American women catch up to the wages paid to men from the prior year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with all the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim March 26, 2026, that's tricky, as Equal Pay Day, and urge the citizens of Petaluma to recognize the full value of women's skills and significant contributions to the labor force, and further encourages businesses to conduct an internal pay evaluation to ensure that women are being paid fairly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor McDonald and the members of the Petaluma City Council. Thank you for recognizing the gender pay gap. As Mayor McDonald just said, right now women are earning 84 cents on the dollar for every dollar that a man earns, and women of color are earning even less, between 52 cents and 63 cents. Over a lifetime, this lost income can affect retirement and family stability. AUW Morgan Hill, AUW's from the city of Petaluma, we are thankful to you for your proclamation of pay equity and recognizing that it's essential to a fair community, and we thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
And thank you. Tonight, we also have an additional proclamation, and I'd like to invite Dan Osterman. Dan, are you in the house? Yes, and this one is for Career Technical Education Month, and it's generally accepted by the school district, and Dan being the representative of the school district, and I will read a bit of it into the record. Career Technical Education Month. Whereas the city of Petaluma is committed to fostering a strong, inclusive, and resilient local economy supported by skilled workforce prepared to meet the needs of current and emerging industries, students who participate in high-quality career-connected learning demonstrate increased academic engagement, persistence, achievement, improved well-being, and greater clarity about their future educations and career goals. And whereas the Career Technical Education, CTE, provides critical connections between academic learning and real-world applications, helping ensure students are prepared for post-secondary education, meaningful employment, and lifelong success. And we have a strong program in our schools. So now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim February 26th, 2026, as Career Technical Education Month, and recognize career technical education as a vital strategy for opportunity, youth opportunity, workforce readiness, economic development, and the continued vitality of the Petaluma community. So thank you to our schools. We have a couple of presentations for the public and council tonight. And that will lead off with Sonoma Water and their budget. And we have Dan Herrera. There you are, Dan. Deputy Director of Operations to come and introduce the presentation for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the city government, and members of the city of Petaluma. I'm here to introduce Jake Spalding from Sonoma Water. He will be presenting the budget for the water transmission system for next year's fiscal year. Also, I want to bring to your attention, we do have a consent item for directing our WAC representative to vote on next month's WAC TAC meeting, so please take that into consideration. Jake?
And just in going with trying to keep us out of the alphabet soup too much, WAC TAC for the public benefit.
Water Advisory Committee and Technical Advisory Committee.
Gotcha, thank you.
I'll do my best to stay away from the acronyms as well. Thanks, Dan. So as Dan said, my name's Jake Spalding. I'm the new Financial Services Division Manager at Sonoma Water. And I'm going to walk you through real quick at a high level our 26-27 proposed budget and rates. for the water transmission system. And then after the presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Next slide, please. So real quick, just a little bit about Sonoma Water. We have multiple functions. We do flood control, we do wastewater services, and then we also serve as the wholesale water supplier for Sonoma and Marin counties. We have 9 main customers, which are cities and water districts, with the city of Petaluma obviously being one. And we ultimately serve about 600,000 residents in Sonoma and Marin. We have a pretty robust transmission system, and we've included a map of that showing you some of the features. It's got everything from tanks and collector wells, treatment facilities, booster stations to help push the water along, and then pipelines. And so we have 3 main pipelines or aqueducts. We have the Santa Rosa, the Petaluma, and the Sonoma. And obviously this community is served off the Petaluma aqueduct. And I mentioned this just to say, not everyone pays the exact same rate because people are served off of different infrastructure. Next slide. Sonoma Water, we're pretty proud of the budgeting process that we go through. It's very transparent and collaborative. So each year we present a draft budget to the Technical Advisory Committee, Finance Subcommittee in mid-January. And then we work with all the water contractors until we ultimately bring this to our board in late April for approval. Did want to say thank you to both Dan and Chelsea for participating in that committee this year. And really can't stress enough how much it really does help the process to have this collaboration. Also would like to mention, and I think Dan did as well, that the TAC, Technical Advisory Committee, has also voted unanimously to support the rates. Next slide. So once again, a little bit more about the system. I mentioned not everyone pays the same rate, and that's because it's not actually just one fund. There's multiple funds, roughly 30 of them, and each one of them has its own budget and rates, and then those are compiled depending on who the customer is to make the composite rate that you pay. Next slide. Challenges, and I believe we presented these on these last year too. We're facing several, and they're not totally unique to us. The city is facing many of these same challenges too. One is aging infrastructure, and as we all know, as things get older, it costs more to maintain them, and it's also very expensive to replace them as they get to the end of their useful life. We've also had rising operating and maintenance costs. They really spiked during the pandemic. Some of those have started to come down, but we are still seeing supply chain constraints with some of the infrastructure that we need to buy, the equipment. We're also seeing increased labor costs, increased costs for things like chemicals. And so all these are still weighing on the costs. We also, Sonoma Water, we have a fully volumetric rate. And unfortunately, that means that when deliveries are not increasing, when they're stable or when they're going down, it does put additional pressure on rates. And the trend in our area continues to be a small downward slope. And lastly, I didn't put it on there, but we've talked about it before. Natural hazards, we are susceptible to seismic events particularly, but also flood and fire. Next slide. Also wanted to talk about some of the achievements that we've had, and we've done this in collaboration with the water contractors. I'm not going to go into all these, and there's more information about these in the packet that we provided and also on our website. But common themes here you see are things like resiliency, whether it's to drought or other hazards. Things like education for our youth in the water department. Also, dealing with the biological opinion in the river. And I threw a couple other projects on there also that just kind of highlight we're always seeking outside funding to help offset rate increases. So those last 3 projects you see on there are ones that we attracted a lot of grant funding for. Next slide. So what does this mean for rates? After taking in all the considerations of what the system needs, we're proposing rates that range from about 8.21 to 8.97% for the contractors served off the 3 main aqueducts. You can see Petaluma's in the middle column up there at 8.97. And ultimately that rating still means that 1 gallon of water delivered through the system costs about half a penny. Next slide. So what's in the budget this year? On the capital side, we have $3.55 million in hazard mitigation projects You can see 4 projects up there that we're seeking additional appropriations for this year. Some of these are specific to the Petaluma Aqueduct. You can see the Wilford Booster Station up there. That's one that will definitely benefit this community. Next slide. In addition to hazard mitigation projects, we have about $7.4 million in other projects that help with resiliency. I've thrown 4 other projects up here that are in this budget. You can see the bottom 2. That's one project that is a large multi-phase, multi-year project. It's going to take about a decade to complete, but that's one that you'll continue to see over the next 9 or 10 years. Next slide. On the operations slide, I've listed some of the high priority projects that we're proposing. It comes out to about $48.7 million. There's things up there that are going to help us get a better idea of what the system needs in the future, like the transmission system master plan, and that's one that's going to help us map out what the system needs are, when we can sequence those, how much it's going to cost, so we can make sure that we don't have rate spikes in the future. Other things up there are things like emergency inventory procurement, which we've been doing for several years to make sure we have pipe and other pieces of equipment on hand in case there is a big seismic event. And also our tank maintenance and tank rehabilitation program, which is a very large effort that we have. Next slide. And then finally, we have what we call the sub-funds. These are separate funds that fund specific work. They fund things like the biological opinion, our work in Dry Creek doing habitat restoration, urban water management planning, as well as water conservation efforts. And we're proposing $10.1 million in that category. That is a slight increase from the prior year, and that's mostly due to the fact that we're still implementing some of the projects on the first biological opinion. And as you may know, we were issued a new 2025 biological opinion last April, and we have new requirements that we're starting to implement. Next slide. So when you put it all together, you can see that we're proposing a total budget of $78.41 million. Of note, that is $3.62 million less than the prior year's budget. Other things to note on this slide, the capital projects is showing a pretty big decrease, you'll see up there. That's not actually a decrease in the level of work we're doing. It's just that we didn't need as much new appropriations this year to implement some of these multi-year projects. And we have a lot of them that are hitting in the next couple months, going out to award. I believe we have 2 in March and 1 in June. So a lot of work being done. I don't think our teams really have ever been busier. Another thing to note there is, we are proposing less in the use of grants, use of fund balance and bond proceeds. That's really an indication that the last couple years, water sales came in under budget and we didn't have as much fund balance to help offset the rate increase. So that's why you're seeing a rate increase even when we're proposing a budget that's lower than the previous fiscal year. Next slide. Just to show you, where our costs hit, and this changes a little bit year to year. Operations and maintenance is our biggest expense. This year it's 62%. Capital projects is our second biggest bucket at about 14%. And then the sub-funds and debt service round out the rest. Because we had that lower capital project need this year, O&M is showing up as a bigger piece of the pie than it did last year, but typically capital projects is a little bit bigger than that. Next slide, please. And can you click 5 more times or 6 more times? This is an animated slide. I mean to remove it every year because it takes so long, but we're showing you kind of a primer on how our rate is calculated, and this is all in accordance with the terms of the restructured agreement for water supply. And what that says is basically we take the cost of operating the system and then we divide that by the amount of water sold. And the amount of water sold is stipulated to be either the last 12 months of actual water deliveries or the last 3 years annual average, whichever is less. This year, it's the 12-month actuals, which is that 41,776 number. And of note, that is 1.5% less than the number that was in the budget last year, which is another reason that the rate increase is happening when the budget is going down. Next slide, please. Oh, one more. This is just another view of the rates, and this time it's showing you kind of the line items for those different funds that I mentioned before, and how we come up with that rate. One thing I did want to point out on this slide is there is that line for the discretionary aqueduct capital charge. That is a charge that the contractors put on themselves. that acts as a rate stabilization tool that allows them to build up fund balance for the aqueduct so that they can implement capital projects in the future. This year, Petaluma elected to keep it at the same rate it was last year, so at $10 per acre foot. Next slide. And just to give you, a little bit of idea of what the future holds, this is an example. It's not meant to say that these are the rate increases that you're going to see over the next 5 years, and we do reevaluate this every year. But when we plug in, the future needs of the system right now, with some assumptions, things like, only 1% growth, what we come up with is that we are going to see rate increases in that 10% neighborhood for the next several years. There's a couple reasons for this. It's mostly tied to the capital program, and you can see at the bottom of the slide there, we actually have 2 other bonds in this 5-year window, and they're very large bond amounts. They're amounts that we have not typically in the past bonded for. Some of the work that's going on with that is directly related to the Petaluma Aqueduct, including aqueduct replacements in the out years. We are also going out to bond this year. We are issuing a bond in May, mid-May of this year, for about $33 million to fund the current year and 2 years of the capital program. Next slide, please. And I think this might be my last one. Every water system's different, so it's not a direct apples to apples comparison. Everyone has different treatment needs and different water sources and whatnot. But when you look at a purely dollar per acre foot figure, Sonoma Water is still affordable compared to the other wholesalers in the area. And next slide. Oh, just a couple key dates. So the Technical Advisory Committee did vote on March 2nd. The Water Advisory Committee is scheduled to vote on April 6th. And then we will be going to our board for adoption on April 28th. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
There you go. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I'd like to bring it back and see if the council has any questions. But we will open to the audience for questions or not questions, but comments when we get to the general public comment period. So if you have something, that's a good thing. Put it on a card and get in the queue to address this issue. And I think I saw Councilmember Barnacle's hand.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Always appreciate seeing it. Question around, declining sales and, that driving up costs. Is there a healthy growth rate? Because obviously a lot of growth is going to require massive investments in the system for expansion and things like that. But is there a healthy growth rate that you would say is going to help us to stabilize that? Because seeing rates, essentially grow by what, not quite double over the next 5 years is a little alarming. And that's my second question. I'll just tee that up too, is like, do you see rates flattening out at any point out in the future, or are we going to see a 10% increase sort of as long as you're forecasting?
I'll take the second one first. So we do look out 20 years. We are looking out past this 5 years. There will definitely be some periods it will get lower, but because we have aqueduct replacements out on the schedule, we actually have 3 phases of Petaluma Aqueduct replacements going out, I think 2033, 2037, and 2040. There is a lot of need there for the long-term future. That being said, we're currently taking a look at all of our aqueducts, and one of the things that's in the budget this year is the transmission system condition assessments. So as we get a better idea of exactly what condition some of these aqueducts are in, we may be able to push some of those farther out on the timeline and bring that rate down. In regards to demand, I'm not the water resource demand guys, but I would say, 20 years ago, we were doing about 60,000 acre feet of water deliveries. Now we're at about 40. Is that a bad thing? In many senses, it's a great thing. We haven't had to implement those large capital, capacity increasing projects that you mentioned. Also, conservation is good. We have drought years where supplies are limited. So I don't want to say that it's necessarily all a bad thing. I think there probably is some demand hardening. I mean, we've attacked a lot of the wasteful water use. So hopefully it won't be going down at the rate it was before. there also has been quite a bit of development, so we may see that start to tick in slowly as more residences are filled and whatnot. But there's other things on the horizon, like commercial landscape, which is getting heavily regulated at the moment. So I don't see growth there at the moment. I don't see much growth there at the moment. I'm hopeful there may be, not because people are using more water, but because there's more customers to deliver to.
Yeah, I guess maybe in future presentations you can touch on or have some of the other folks just add something in of like what different, demand projections might look like, right? Just what if every city in the county actually achieved their housing goals? Like what would we look like there? What if we saw a certain amount of, commercial growth or agriculture growth? Just so that we get a sense of what the trade-off is of some of this stuff, because I agree, obviously conservation's great and all of that. But
And we are working on our current urban water management plan, which I believe is due July 1st. So we'll have new numbers to incorporate into our long-range financial model when that's done.
wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs?
Well, thank you for the presentation. And yes, the cost increasing. I know Colorado University came out with a study saying our underground pipes for water in and out of our cities are over 50% are already outdated and outdone their useful life. And so, yeah, large replacement needed. So I would support that. Yes, is it actually enough? Is the 9 and 10% going to be enough to actually replace all the aging equipment that we got going, or do we need to speed that up actually?
Based on our long-range financial model at the moment, it is enough. Those bondings that I had in the out years, I mean, one of them I believe was, almost $150 million, not just for the Petaluma AQ, for the system as a whole. So, with our current plan, we are showing this is enough to implement those projects, which really are historic in our history. We haven't bonded for that much before.
Right, because these are pretty huge bonds you're going after.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's about supply to the cities, but what about the supply to you, the natural supply, the rain, basically? Because the last drought we experienced had a similar start as like this year, early rains, November, maybe even a little bit of December, and then shut off January and February, even though we've had close to average this year. So it's possible we may be kicking into a drought sequence since we've had several rain years. So what can we do now, or should we do now, thinking that we might be entering into a new drought cycle? Do we need to start conserving right now to maintain our water supply in case this is a start of a droughty sessions?
Yeah, and I defer to Don Seymour and our water resources guys for most of this, but I would say, right now our reservoirs are healthy. Some of the things that are different between last drought and this drought, one, we are now implementing FIRO, or Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations, on both Lake Mendocino as well as upcoming on Lake Sonoma. That, I don't remember the exact amount, but I believe it's almost like 2/3 of a annual water deliveries we have been able to secure in those reservoirs. So we have more flexibility there because we haven't had to dump as much water as we had in the past. So the reservoirs are looking healthy at the moment. We have also taken some other steps for resiliency. We've implemented the Santa Rosa Plains wells, where we have installed or are installing 3 wells in the Santa Rosa Plains and rehabbing them. We're also installing ASR, or aquifer storage and recovery features on those. So we would be able to take winter water out of the river and inject that into the groundwater basin. So we'd have another secure source there. So we're taking steps. I don't see right now that there's any indication we need to panic. And I think my water resource guys would agree with me there.
Right. Yeah, I'm not talking about panic, just like maybe we just be thinking about, always think conservation, constant conservation from this point forward.
Yes.
It's just one thing we want to promote, just in case, to be more prepared down the road. The other concern in the supply, of course, is population growth, because other cities are at the moment maybe growing a little bit fast, like Roanoke Park and Santa Rosa are trying to put a lot more housing back in right now compared to what we're able to achieve here in Petaluma. So is there going to be differences down the road, city to city, or projections of populations that are going to have any influence on what needs to get done?
If I follow the question correctly, no, I don't think one city growing at a different rate than another one's going to affect any of the needs of the system. And the cost to each contractor is not different if you're both served from the same aqueduct. So it's not like your rates or the needs of your system would change based on another city's growth.
Okay, good. So we have robust system working properly, basically, and with the increases, we're able to cover the costs, at least cover for water. So we should be good for at least 10 years? Okay.
Yes.
That's a nod, yes. Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Councilmember Vice Mayor DeCarli.
Hi, Jake. Thank you for the presentation. So I was under the impression last year when we voted on the increase, it was to handle all the aging infrastructure over time, that increase itself would be able to handle it. And, you know, Petaluma's been historically really good at conserving water, and to continue to see rate increases doesn't seem like much of an incentive if it's always making up for, you know, that gap in what was conserved. So what, I mean, when Sonoma Water's forecasting their budget, what, you know, can you be taking a more conservative approach to how you budget things so that we don't have to see these rate increases for people that are really working to conserve?
Yeah, I mean, we're required to do an annual budget, and we're only putting in there what we need for that specific year. So, you know, the rate increase any one year doesn't necessarily cover our whole program, because most of our projects are multi-year projects. You know, that being said, whenever water deliveries do come in above budget, that money drops into fund balance, and then we use that in the next year to help offset the rate increase. And that's why it's really hard for us to forecast, you know, the next 3 years of rate increases or whatnot. So, you know, we do take a very conservative view. We go through the budget with the water contractors, and they question us, you know, do you think you can accomplish all of this in this time frame? So, you know, we're reviewing it constantly throughout the year. We're reviewing it with the water contractors, and we're putting forward a budget that we think is fair and reasonable and addresses the needs of the system, and also maintains that we have a reliable system while trying to keep the cost as low as we can.
Thank you.
Yep.
I can also add to that. This is Chelsea Thompson, Director of Water Resources and Utilities. So the city has a current 2023 rate study that goes through fiscal year 27-28. That rate study projects annual water rate increases of 2.5%, and those are supplemented by annual pass-throughs for inflation and for the Sonoma Water wholesale rate. And although it seems high this year, following a nearly 11% increase on the Sonoma Water rate last year, it's right in line with our inflation, or the wholesale water rate increases projected in the rate study.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Okay, and I think that conservation is good and rates suffer. Dynamic is challenging for any of us to explain or explain why we want to go there, but I get it. And, you know, as someone who looks at his winter water use, the 3-month winter water use, and tries to drive that down to save my all year, the multiplier in our all year, and got it down a little lower this year. What does the half cent per gallon mean on my water bill? I mean, my water bill in the winter is $100 a month. How much will this change to my winter water bill? What percentage of the entire rate is that 10%?
We haven't done that calculation. It's going to equal a 0.29, or yeah, 29 cents per 100 cubic feet. So it's, like I mentioned, with the annual rate increases of 2.5% plus the annual projected pass-throughs for inflation and Sonoma Water rates, the total water and wastewater bills are anticipated to increase by 6% annually through fiscal year 27-28, and this rate increase won't throw off that projection. It's right in line with what the rate study projected.
I guess I'm saying that this is a pretty small number compared to what the cost in Petaluma and our water bill being half sewer bill and things. So that's good to know. Appreciate that very much, and I hope you'll stick around till our general public comment concludes in case anyone in the public wants to add on a question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is also water. And tonight we have Chelsea Thompson, our Director of Water Resources and Utilities, to take us through our draft integrated water master plan and recycled water facilities planning study. So the floor is yours, Chelsea.
Thank you. Joining me tonight are Steve Worrell, Deputy Director of Water Resources and Utilities at Ellis Creek, and Dan Herrera, our Deputy Director of Water Resources and Utilities at the Waterfield Office. We also have Danielle Favela, who as of today is our newly appointed Water Resources and Conservation Manager. Tonight we're presenting an overview of the draft Integrated Water Master Plan and associated recycled water facilities planning study. You may hear these plans being referred to tonight as the IWMP and the Recycled Water Study. Originally, tonight's item was planned as a workshop on the Integrated Water Master Plan, or IWMP, along with the Recycled Water Facilities Planning Study. As we approached the meeting, the IWMP document was still being finalized and not ready for a full workshop. So rather than postponing entirely, we wanted to provide a preview of the planning work currently underway. Tonight, we'll briefly touch on the water supply alternatives evaluated through the IWMP process, but the primary focus will be on the outcomes of the Recycled Water Facilities Planning Study. We'll highlight the recommended recycled and potable water projects identified as next steps, discuss major wastewater infrastructure needs and financing considerations, and then open it up for council questions. Please note that we plan to return to council later this year with a full workshop once the draft Integrated Water Master Plan is complete. At that time, council will have the opportunity to review the plan in greater detail. Before diving into the planning work, I'll start with a brief overview of the recent historic drought that helped shape this effort. In 2021, or the 2021 water year was the second driest on record, following 2020, which was the fifth driest. Together, 2020 and 2021 became the second driest two-year period on record, significantly reducing storage in our regional reservoirs. Petaluma receives about 90 to 100% of its drinking water from Sonoma Water, which manages Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma in the Russian River watershed. During drought conditions, both Sonoma Water and the city rely on local groundwater wells to supplement reduced reservoir supplies. During the recent drought, reservoir storage dropped to historic lows, with Lake Sonoma reaching its lowest level since the reservoir was created in 1984. In response, the state asked communities to reduce water use by 20%. Petaluma reduced water use during this period by 26%, ranking sixth in the state and first in the Bay Area. Even with those conservation efforts, by early winter of 2022, there was still serious concern about whether the region could meet water demands if drought conditions continued. That experience highlighted our reliance on regional surface water supplies and the need to strengthen long-term water supply resilience. I'll now turn it over to Danielle to cover several key projects that came out of the last drought.
Thank you, Chelsea. So although the most recent drought impacted our entire region and created significant challenges, it also accelerated important investments in our water system. Because of the drought, we are able to secure several grants that are helping us build long-term resilience. To start with one of them, the Adobe Road Phase 1 project expanded recycled water infrastructure to support agricultural use, adding about 300 acre-feet per year of recycled water. We also received funding for the advanced metering infrastructure, also known as AMI, which replaced more than 21,000 water meters. These smart water meters improved leak detection, increased customer awareness through tools like Ion Water, and are expected to save around 600 acre-feet of water annually. There is also the fully grant-funded aquifer storage and recovery pilot that allowed us to research and test if it is feasible to bank drinking water underground so it can be used during emergencies or dry seasons. And finally, the Rainier and Maria Drive recycled water expansion that will help offset potable water used for irrigation at schools, parks, businesses, and other landscaped areas. So while the drought presented real challenges, it also helped us secure the funding needed to strengthen Petaluma's water supply and conservation efforts for the future.
Thanks, Danielle. So turning towards the Integrated Water Master Plan, why did the city launch this? Really, it's the story we've just been talking about so far tonight. The future water supply is less predictable due to drought, climate change, and ongoing potential for emergencies. The IWMP is an overall process that evaluated a range of local water supply options rather than relying on a single solution. So the idea is more of a one water approach rather than our potential segregation of recycled water and potable water. The results of this study will guide future capital projects, grant funding opportunities, and long-term water supply planning. And the Recycled Water Feasibility Planning Study, or the Recycled Water Study, is just one component of the IWMP. It was completed with State Water Resources Control Board grant funding and is finalized and available on our website for review. So looking at holistically all of the options considered under the IWMP, I'm not going to go through them one by one on this slide, but you can review. We really threw everything at the dartboard and wanted to see what would stick, was the approach. So this includes different options for using recycled water to offset potable use, considered potable water reuse, or IPR or DPR, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. It considered alternatives that increase Petaluma's ability to use groundwater during drought or dry years, and then also looked at brackish desalination of water as an alternative. And we also considered administrative options that are different from your typical capital projects. Taking all of those different alternatives required methods of evaluating them against each other. So the project team used both quantitative and qualitative measures to evaluate and score and rank all of the options. So our quantitative criteria included how much local water supply in acre feet per year the alternative would produce or offset, and then the construction cost so that we could evaluate apples to apples and dollars per acre foot per year. So remember that $1,500 per acre foot per year from Sonoma Water. That's one of the benchmarks we used for evaluating other options of supply. We also considered qualitative measures, including ease of implementation, which covers, the regulatory or technical complexity of the alternative, the environmental impact and alignment with Petaluma's broader climate goals, and then the social impact of different alternatives. So again, here, I'm not going to go through this line by line, but this colorful matrix basically takes all of the alternatives and ranks and scores them against each other, with higher ranking alternatives on a scale of 1 to 5 being shaded green, and the more poorly ranked alternatives in red. So we're going to talk just about a subset of those alternatives tonight. So broadly for the IWMP, the most highly ranked alternatives were associated with groundwater. I'm going to skip over those and let Dan cover them in a little bit more detail. I will briefly touch on stormwater capture and treatment. So this was an option where we would consider capturing stormwater in retention basins throughout the city and treating that for reuse to either recycled water or potable water quality. That scored pretty low due to a combination of cost and technical complexity. And then brackish desalination was evaluated in partnership with the Marin Municipal Water District, and this option also scored very low due to the extremely high cost and low potential supply of brackish water available. So we're not really going to focus on those too much more, and we'll skip back to the more highly scoring options. And I'll let Dan take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve. So Steve mentioned groundwater wells provided to be a high scoring alternative. As you can see from this graph showing Sonoma Water aqueduct imports in blue and groundwater well production in red, groundwater can be an important portion of the city's water supply, especially during droughts. The city will continue to utilize Sonoma Water as its primary source of water supply, but having local production of groundwater is a priority of the city. As a side note, we often use purchase of Sonoma water as a benchmark comparison on a cost per acre to prioritize water projects. It was used throughout this study. So this here we are looking at the city's groundwater well network. Active wells shown in blue and inactive wells shown in red. Water quality varies across the system. And while our primary wells, bolded and underlined, have water quality that is fully usable, our other active wells have limitations that have kept them as only secondary wells when used when necessary. Bringing additional wells into regular service represents an opportunity to increase local supply capacity and strengthen reliability during droughts and emergencies. Expanding our well network, particularly on the west side of Petaluma, where we currently do not have any wells, also improves preparedness for disruptions or emergencies. For these reasons, well systems improvements and expansion remain a priority in the city's CIP program. Next year, a well siting study determine the location of our next well on the west side will be completed, with a well construction project to follow soon after. Here we have a groundwater treatment recommendation. So as part of our water master planning, we developed a planning level cost estimate for bringing some of our less optimal wells into reliable service. Having a target treatment infrastructure would allow the city to rely on that groundwater supply during peak demand and drought with consistent operations and without customer impacts. For planning purposes, the representative treatment approach is green sand pressure filtration. So it's a proven groundwater process that removes iron and manganese, odor, and other constituents. Planning level construction costs of this is approximately $1.8 million, and we use our Stony Point well for that study. The wells targeted for this treatment could actually add about 600 gallons, or I think 600 acre per year. I think it's 8 acre feet per year. Reliable local supply, so 600 GPM or 970 acre feet per year if operated year round and at full output. That's about $1,900 per acre foot.
So, okay, another water supply alternative that was considered and ranked relatively high was aquifer storage and recovery, known as ASR. Just recently, in last December, the Water Resources and Utilities Department wrapped up the fully grant-funded ASR pilot program. ASR is a method of injecting and storing potable water into groundwater basins, utilizing the basin as a natural underground storage reservoir. This stored water is then available to be pumped out and used at a later date when demand is high or during drought emergencies. The pilot program included 3 separate cycles that included recharge, storage, and recovery phases. Each cycle started with the recharge phase, which consisted of injecting Sonoma water imported aqueduct water into our groundwater basin through the Del Oro well site. The injected water was then stored for increasing lengths of time, and each cycle ended with the recovery phase, which included pumping out the injected water and monitoring water levels and water quality sampling and testing. The pilot was a success, but recharge rates were lower than expected, and water quality did not see any long-term improvements. The major limiting factors were the high depth to water levels, and the limited aquifer capacity did not allow for any significant recharge or storage. The feasibility study is in its final stages of review and should be completed in April.
So shifting gears now, we're going to talk about recycled water alternatives using the same ranking criteria, but pivoting and not thinking about, potable water supply, instead considering recycled water offset. So the highest ranked alternatives that we'll go into more detail on included expansion of the urban recycled water network. This is primarily due to the fact that these are a direct offset of potable water, and actually direct potable reuse, which we have a separate slide on to explain its scoring. Other alternatives that were evaluated that we're not going to go into as much detail on include on-site treatment systems. So this is where a building or development project has its own on-site wastewater treatment and reuse. So some of these projects have been implemented in larger cities. They really are not feasible or economically viable in Petaluma with the scale of development here. We will also talk a little bit more about recycled water, agricultural recycled water expansion. You'll see it's a relatively low score, but there are reasons and specific projects where this kind of expansion does make more sense. We considered membrane bioreactor satellite systems. So the way to think about this alternative is it's a separate wastewater treatment plant, a plant in a box, as it were, located adjacent to large recycled water users or potential recycled water users. This alternative scored pretty low because of the technical challenge of operating that kind of treatment plant on a seasonal basis during only the recycled water season, the dry season. And we also looked at increasing seasonal storage at Ellis Creek to be able to capture more water during the wintertime and reuse that as recycled water during the summer. This scored low, again, because of the extreme costs associated with expanding the pond network and because of the geotechnical challenges associated with that kind of civil engineering work, civil construction work. So looking at direct potable reuse, or DPR, so this is, again, where wastewater leaving the treatment plant is then treated through additional purification processes, advanced treatment, and filtration to then be reused directly in the distribution system as potable water. So you'll note that this scored relatively highly at an overall 3.0, which is along with our best alternatives. But the cost score was 1, and that's because the expanded treatment would be likely in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is something that we see as potentially down the road in 20, 30, 40 years, but is a strategy that at this point in time really is not commensurate with the investment available in the wastewater enterprise. And now I'll kick it back to Danielle to talk about our recycled water network.
Thank you, Steve. So this map shows our existing recycled water system, and some of our larger recycled water users are labeled. The Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility produces and delivers an average of 1,400 acre-feet of recycled water a year to our recycled water customers. The city is currently serving 55 active recycled water accounts that make up the city's urban and agricultural recycled water program. These accounts include parks, schools, commercial businesses, golf courses, and ag. As a part of the Recycled Water Facilities Planning Study, we evaluated how to better leverage this existing system to expand urban recycled water use within our service area, to increase potable offset, and to strengthen our water supply resiliency. Next slide. So to begin, we focused on 2 important questions. Is there real interest in our urban and agricultural areas to connect or convert to recycled water? And is there enough recycled water to meet the potential demand? These questions led us to create an outreach plan to gather information and feedback from actual potential recycled water users. Next slide. So to start, to determine if there was a need and want for urban recycled water from urban customers, last year, the Water Resources and Conservation Department performed targeted outreach to potential urban users located along the proposed recycled water pipeline expansion routes. First, we reviewed over 100 dedicated irrigation accounts along the proposed and planned expansion areas to determine if there was demand, and compiled a list of the highest users to reach out to. This list included HOAs, schools, property management companies, and more. A majority of the customers we contacted expressed strong interest in connecting to the system, especially if the future pipeline were to run adjacent to their property. So from here, we then reached out to the agricultural side. To gauge interest and determine how much real potential agricultural demand there was along Adobe Road and Lakeville Highway, we mailed out 112 surveys, with 40 of those surveys being sent to possible potential future users. Out of the 112 surveys we sent, we've received 20 total surveys back, including 10 from current users and 10 from potential users on Lakeville. All potential users were interested in receiving recycled water, stating the potential cost of the recycled water would be the main factor in their decision. And 8 out of 10 of the potential users stated that they had land for recycled water storage, and 6 of the current recycled users were open to land lease or purchase for recycled water storage. However, it's important to note that the survey did not address the financial side. The survey did not include questions on if these potential users would be willing or able to help fund or build or maintain storage.
So I want to address on the agricultural side, one of the trends we've seen over the last several years to highlight how agricultural recycled water use is complicated from the city's management perspective. So what you're seeing is the overall ag water use decline over the last 5 years. And there's really two factors worth highlighting in this. The first is that climate and seasonal weather patterns really drive how much ag water is needed. Late rains really cut down on the amount of ag water demand we have to meet. And then conversely, dry winters can lead to big increases. So those swings are well outside of the city's control. Similarly, we are seeing an overall decline in vineyard water use specifically, which is related to ongoing changes in the wine grape market that also the city can't really control. So highlight that just to point out that this is a very fine line to try and thread when we're looking at how much water we're planning to deliver. And now I'm going to let Dan talk about some of the specific recycled water expansion projects.
Thank you. So looking here, this is an overview of potential future recycled water expansion that we have looked at. So we have analyzed potential agricultural and urban expansion of our recycled water system. Altogether, we estimate future recycled water demands could reach over 5,000 acre feet per year, which includes about 1,400 acre feet per year from existing customers. Looking ahead, our focus is on where we can expand recycled water service in both urban and agriculture areas, and looking at which expansion opportunities make the most sense to prioritize. So the first area we evaluated is expansion along the Adobe Road. It has a relatively high cost score, which is basically due to existing grants and potential grants utilized for this cost. The first phase of Adobe Road alignment was completed in 2024 using grant funding from the Department of Water Resources. The second phase, Adobe Phase 2, is currently in design and will complete the Adobe Road loop back into the existing recycled water system. We are currently seeking Bureau of Reclamation grant funding for this project. Looking at this, just to take a quick note, the life cycle cost is about $845 per acre foot, which is comparable to stormwater. The other agricultural recycled water we evaluated was along Lakeville Highway. The cost score is low, essentially because the project is going to be about $50 million to complete this project. There is a low life cycle cost at 1,100 acre feet per year, but it really is due to potential high demands on the system. But that really needs to be evaluated further as recycled water, agricultural recycled water demand evolves and the system continues to expand. So we really need to evaluate those demand numbers. This is our urban south expansion alignment. This is a priority project because it has potential grant funding. It would extend the recycled water from existing system along Eli Road across Highway 1 to serve the fairgrounds in the future. And if additional funding becomes available, it could extend across the river to serve our high-use customers. Finally, this is the urban pipeline expansion planned in the north of the city. It is being phased as a priority after the urban south. The potential water supply score is high due to the number of potential customers, but the cost is very high with a life cycle cost of over 12,000 acre feet per year. Okay, to summarize, our proposed water supply projects are to increase new wells, to improve local supply reliability, to evaluate wellhead treatment options to improve water quality and expand usable groundwater, and finally, to expand the urban south recycled water system for urban irrigation. This project has the potential for federal and state grant funding opportunities with different city match requirements. This slide is highlighting our phased approach for the urban south alignment. You will see a primary pipeline that extends throughout the project with expansion and with secondary lines serving areas of demand. The project has 3 phases, with phase 1 having the potential for future, for this burial reclamation grant funding opportunity. Phase 2, which brings the system from the freeway to Hopper Street area, and phase 3, which brings the system across Petaluma River, currently do not have funding sources.
So earlier tonight, we covered water supply projects that were initiated through drought relief funding. Now we're shifting to what comes next. We're working with our consultant team, Kennedy Jenks, to incorporate results from the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Pilot Project and finalize the Integrated Water Master Plan. Once complete, staff will return to council later this year with a draft final plan and more detailed overview of the alternatives that were considered. At the same time, the city is updating its water master plan, which Dan mentioned. This plan focuses on long-term water infrastructure planning. As part of that effort, we're conducting a well siting study on the west side of town to evaluate potential locations for groundwater exploration. If groundwater supplies are identified, this could lead to a future capital project, which would develop a new municipal well and improve water supply resilience on that side of town. The Water Master Plan is also evaluating treatment options for several existing city wells that currently exceed drinking water quality limits, which would allow those wells to be brought into the distribution system. Alongside the planning efforts that I just mentioned, the department is advancing several near-term actions. Our water operations team is piloting operational adjustments in existing wells to see if water quality can be improved operationally before investing in treatment infrastructure. We're also pursuing grant opportunities to support the next phase of recycled water expansion. So in addition to the local strategies discussed tonight, regional efforts led by Sonoma Water also play an important role in strengthening Petaluma's water supply reliability. Jink mentioned some of these in the earlier presentation. Sonoma Water has developed a regional water supply resiliency roadmap focused on improving reliability of the Russian River system. Some of the key strategies on that roadmap include aquifer storage and recovery at a regional scale, which is being explored with the 3 local groundwater sustainability agencies, along with expanded groundwater use in the Santa Rosa Plain for use during drought periods. Another important initiative that we briefly discussed is Forecast-Informed Reservoir Operations, or FIRO. This uses improved weather forecasting to safely capture and store more water during winter events or winter storm events. FIRO has already successfully been implemented at Lake Mendocino, is now being evaluated for Lake Sonoma. Over the past 3 years, FIRO has helped retain 30,000 acre-feet of additional water at Lake Mendocino. For context, Sonoma Water delivered about just over 41,000 acre-feet of water to its contractors last year, meaning that FIRO represents a significant increase in regional supply capacity. Looking ahead down the roadmap, the Lake Sonoma FIRO program is anticipated to increase storage by about 30,000 acre-feet per year by 2028, and potentially up to about 70,000 acre-feet per year from current storage levels by the year 2045. These efforts increase water storage in existing reservoirs without building new infrastructure and directly strengthen long-term water supply reliability for communities like Petaluma that rely on Sonoma water system.
So again, we're going to shift gears and focus on a couple of wastewater projects. And the reason why that's relevant tonight is, as much as we've been talking about recycled water and potable water, the funding for our recycled water capital projects comes from both the water and the wastewater enterprises. So we can't really have a comprehensive conversation about the recycled water capital improvements plan without thinking about the wastewater enterprise as well. So one of the projects that this council and this community has been hearing about for quite some time is the PIPS parallel force main. So this is the primary force main conveying all sewage from the city of Petaluma to Ellis Creek for treatment. That force main is about 50 years old and is reaching the end of its useful life. So this project aims to put in a parallel line so that we have more resiliency for that force main. So right now, the current status updates that we're sharing are that we expect to wrap up all permitting for this project and issue bid documents this summer. to be awarded a construction contract in the fall and construction to last about a year and a half, wrapping up in spring or summer of 2028. Similarly, the actual pump station itself that conveys sewage through the force main was also included in the 23 rate study for upgrades. So that rate study was relatively limited in scope at the pump station and included just replacing some of the pumps. The first step the city team took in kicking that project off was to conduct a condition assessment for the pump station itself. And the major finding of that condition assessment is that it is likely best to fully replace the pump station rather than just upgrade the pumps. That comes down to the lack of seismic resiliency for this also 50-plus-year-old structure. So the next steps for this project are to complete design of the new pump station and then construct that station and tie it into the new force main, optimally completing in the middle or end of 2028 as well. So these are two pretty significant projects. They are not projects the scale of which the wastewater enterprise can use annual funding to support the capital expenditure. So we are proposing initially a $70 million wastewater bond this spring. So the proceeds of that bond would fund the force main project and ideally the pump station project as well, although at this point in time, it's a little bit early to know exactly what the pump station is going to cost. So we will bring that bond issuance back to council later this year in June. We can probably talk about some minor questions today, but really expect to have a lot more information for you in June. The key takeaways for tonight I'll mention are that the existing rate study covered these projects, but since the 2023 study was completed, the scope of both and the costs of both have expanded. That said, the debt service for the $70 million bond is something that can be supported within the current rate structure. So we do not expect to need to raise rates just to support the debt service on this bond. And finally, there is the potential for a smaller 2027 bond if either the force main construction costs end up going over budget or if the pump station is higher than initial estimates predict. So that's what we've got, and we'll turn it over for questions.
Thanks. I think I'll kick it off with a couple questions. Really appreciate that the people have conserved as much as they have and taken us from 60,000 acre foot at Sonoma Water down to 40. So that's like a 33% reduction. And I mean, that's phenomenal. Plus, I love what you're doing with the new program at the dams where you're getting 10%, 15% more yield out of the same dam. So that's an awful lot of good news in the water supply side of things. And I didn't hear a focus here on what Petaluma needs to do and why it needs to do it. I mean, if there's that much more water supply coming out of Lake Sonoma, what is the amount we want to achieve locally with all these things? And I saw a real shotgun approach of, getting into everything and finding out where every bit could come. My first question is, what's our goal? How much water do we want to generate? I get the resiliency, west side wells, things like that, but just in terms of the need, what's the need we want to address?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And we realized that we weren't addressing that question in this overview tonight. Part of the reason why we moved from a workshop to a presentation is because we are using our updated 2025 Urban Water Management Plan, which is currently in the process of being updated, as a way to identify that gap in supply. The Urban Water Management Plan is a state-required planning document that's updated every 5 years. It includes what's called a drought risk assessment. That assessment projects demands over a 20-year planning horizon under 3 different scenarios: under a normal water year, single dry year, and a multiple dry year. It uses historic dry water year data for that scenario. And because the city is currently updating its 2025 urban management plan, we don't have the results of the assessment. For example, the 2020 urban water management plan projected a shortfall for a single dry year scenario in the year 2045, and we're waiting for the updated plan to be able to get that projected supply shortage to use as our gap that we're identifying. And so the short answer is when we return with a final IWMP, we'll present the projected shortfall from the updated drought risk assessment of our urban water management plan. We will also identify the supply that each project that we're considering will help us close that gap. We will also speak to FIRO and the regional storage that helps the city with.
So the existing water supply plans says if we had a drought, we'll tell the people to conserve. And then if we had worse drought, we tell them more conservation. And if we had worse, then it's drought. It's a lot of, goes up to like 40% request. And because we wrote that, we didn't have to do these big projects, expensive projects. I think that's how the bargain was made in the past. Did we get through the drought okay with that kind of logic? Past drought?
So the water shortage contingency plan is a required planning document of the urban water management plan and needs to be updated a minimum of every 5 years. And so that document will be presented in a workshop in April as a part of the urban water management plan. And
I think we did get through the past by asking the people to do that. And so I think the question that comes up when we do our workshop will be, do you want to spend the money or do you want to keep in this conservation kind of thing? And I love the part that you did about bringing in the AMI so people can know what their own water use on a real short-term basis. I know everybody has to hook their own email up or they won't get the notice that their pipes are leaking that day. But if you do hook up your own email, that will happen. But that's conservation. All these things are projects you're proposing. I think they're all come at a higher cost than water conservation, right? So that's one of the things I'm thinking about. But when you talk about ag work, I'm wondering why we're talking about recycled water projects in ag if they don't save us any potable water and they don't reduce our risk of conservation in the city limits. So why is ag an important thing to talk about with recycled water? Are we talking about wastewater disposal problems? Is that what we're talking about?
In short and historically. Yes, so historically that was the disposal of water. And I think that's
rather than put in the river.
That's right. Or, in the dry period, we're not allowed to discharge in the river. So during the summer months, that's our outlet for water that we can't store on site. And I think that's going to continue to be an important part of Ellis Creek's overall operations in the medium to long term.
I'm super stoked that this is coming to council because for the last few years, we've asked every time we took a grant for like 75% of the cost of something, we said we put city money in, 75%, so half of the 12% coming from water rates, 12% coming from sewer rates into ag projects. And why was that, was that still a good strategy if it didn't help us in town? So I think we have to own that that should all be paid on the sewer side as disposal. And the other question that keeps coming up is, with Sonoma Water, they have a big lake. And they have, big reservoirs on the way down here, and then we have a number of tanks. What will recycled water require in the way of a lake or in the way of distribution tanks within the system? Are those being costed into all the things you're talking about?
So I think there's two parts to that question that I want to focus on. The first, if we were looking at putting recycled water from Ellis into a potable water reservoir, that's on the indirect potable reuse side.
Yeah, I don't know of a local water reservoir we'd do that with.
No.
So maybe no.
Yeah, that's right. That's not an option. That's the IPR alternative that is extremely costly from a treatment perspective.
But would we store wastewater and then retreat it during the summertime, collect it in the winter like a regular water?
That's
so
right.
We need to go to the farmers. Maybe we need ag water so that we can get a ranch lake.
So Yeah, that was one of the questions in the survey that I think maybe Danielle can speak to as well, was asking about, would you build your own reservoir to accept recycled water at a lower rate during the off-season?
But I'm not worried about their consumption. I'm worried about them contributing to our solutions. You know, we're making an ask of these people, not for their own benefit.
So our current recycled water ag agreements do require on-site storage.
For their own benefit. But do we
It's
have
also
enough
for the
ponds at
city's-
LA Creek? that
It
we
does
can keep?
actually benefit the city's supply because we require them to pull water during
Seasonally.
off hours and early season,
Yeah.
off season.
So I'm really looking forward to the workshop because I really want to drill down on a lot of these questions.
Yeah, and just to circle back to your question about water conservation and how that's adding to that supply gap, we will talk about using water conservation in a dry shortage scenario, similar to the last drought that we just experienced in 21-22, and show that that is the most effective, way. It's really seen as a water supply. So the low-hanging fruit for us is always going to be water conservation. And using our local groundwater supplies.
Right, you brought a lot of data tonight, and I really appreciate it because, if we note that we have 10,000 acre feet of potable use in town, 10,000, and we have 600 recycled water in town for offsetting other potable uses. Actually, that's a good number. 600 is a good project, but it's not really impactful. And I think that's the thing, is like how high before the offset counts against what we need in our water supply picture. That was my thoughts on this tonight. Councilman member now.
Yes. We got a letter from Petaluma Golf and Country Club supporting this, and it got me thinking about the one that is not up and running, and that's out on Adobe Road, Adobe Creek golf course. Is there any contact with the owners of that property to put in a reservoir or retention? And they don't need the water because they're not watering a golf course, but it would be helpful just to have something other than dry weeds out when you're first coming into Petaluma, to have a reservoir with wildflowers. Or I'm just throwing the idea out there because the letter came from a golf course that would like to have this and is waiting. And then we have a golf course that's no longer there that could maybe possibly work with the city for a solution.
I thought you were proposing that they just move over there to use the recycled water.
No, I don't think that's possible. The Adobe Golf, not 9-hole golf course is sweet. You get a really nice view of the city, but the Adobe Creek Golf Course is really in sad shape, and I don't know who the owner is anymore.
It's the same guy.
Oh, is it Larry Awesome?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's talk to him. He's right in Sonoma County. Can we talk to him about working together for a reservoir? I mean, they need to do something with that land, and I'm thinking, is it possible? We have a
So it's a good question, and we can certainly evaluate the feasibility of looking at storage. I think the challenge is that constructing new storage is incredibly expensive. And so we can do some preliminary evaluation of what those costs would look like, but they're going to probably well exceed the other alternatives at play. Building new ponds is not cheap, is the short answer.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Shribs.
Thank you for thinking forward all these possible options. Just looking at the best, which is the groundwater options, trying to increase that. We have a current price per gallon to the customer of less than a half penny per gallon. If we go ahead and even the best alternative in the groundwater, let's say we do that, what would be the cost per gallon to the customer for that type of water compared to the half cent?
Yeah, so we've done some preliminary, just for city staff, electrical costs, just the regular operations. It's pretty comparable, if not less, actually, for us to operate our own wells. The issue is just the capital cost to construct those wells. So during the year for us to run our wells, it is actually reduced cost for us. For the
Okay, so
city.
it'd still be less than a penny a gallon then?
Yeah, I look at it as $1,500 per acre foot is kind of what the price we use to pay Sonoma Water, and it's less than that. So yeah, it's
Okay, I'm just thinking that, so groundwater is reasonable. It's
Yes.
not like it's going to be
Yes.
4 or 5 cents per gallon.
Correct, yeah.
Like triple or quadruple the cost, just double the cost probably at most.
yeah.
Okay,
No, it's-
good. Just want to establish what that potential might be for comparison's sake.
Okay.
Then, and then in the recharge study that was done, at first I thought sounded like it was going to be very successful. It was successful in its operations, but it's being done when it's rained quite a bit. And so the ground is already pretty full of groundwater at this time. And so trying to recharge what's already full, maybe not of good timing for the study to be done. Do we need to redo that study during a mid-drought sessions so that when it is droughtier, we use winter water, recharge then, and then have the water in the summertime?
What I would say is that is one of the issues that we found is we don't use groundwater a lot only during droughts, right? So when we did our study, we haven't depleted the groundwater table. So I mean, you might be right when after a couple of years of drought where that is depleted, there's more room for the groundwater for us to pump water into. So we may be able to revisit that. I mean, but I'm not sure how. We have really, really high groundwater here. Even in times of drought, we're talking a couple feet. So I think right now it's about 10 feet, I think, to hit the groundwater table. And so during times of drought, it goes down to like maybe 20, but it's not significant. So
Okay.
we can explore it, but I'm not sure what
Good,
banks.
so we have good groundwater here.
Yes.
Coming off the hills. Okay, good. Next one on the water that's being, for agricultural use of our current recycled water. I think we're heading toward close to 100%, I think, from what prior reports. So once we get to that point, to expand that out, how much more water could we actually send out? And then how does that actually benefit the city by sending our recycled water outside the city rather than using it inside our city? Where's the real benefit of sending it to ag versus keeping it inside our city and using it in our city?
Sorry, can you clarify what do you mean 100%?
Okay, I know we're trying to get to 100% use of our recycled water. I know we're trying to get there. Are we getting, okay, first question would be, I thought we were going to be getting close with a couple of projects that we're putting out there now.
Yeah, so jumping on that one, during the summer, almost all of the water that comes into the plant is discharged out as recycled water. So we're not net increasing our storage during the summer at Ellis Creek.
Okay, good, so it's actually the wintertime. All right, so, but still by sending it out to the ag lands, I mean, to build new projects out into the agricultural sector, high cost, they benefit, they receive lots of our water. Is that really a benefit to our city? Where's the profit to the city?
So I think that's exactly the point and why we don't see a lot of large scale expansion proposed in agricultural recycled water. Like at this point, most of the benefit has been in avoiding dry season discharge, and we are getting that benefit today. And so there is certainly diminishing returns in building out additional ag recycled water.
Okay, I just want to make sure that clear on that point there. So that's why we want to do some of the other groundwater projects as a higher priority.
Correct. And
Okay,
focus
good.
on the urban area where it is potable offset.
Okay, good. And then last one is, if you go back, there's a map you showed up, the very first one showing the lines. If you go back to that map, there's some, you ended up with some endpoints next to the freeway. If you could bring that very first map up, I think it looked a little greenish. It was early on in the presentation. And there was a couple lines that ended up by the freeway on the east side of the freeway. I was kind of wondering why are those lines going there? Who's using it at those endpoints? Before this? Before?
You're talking about the existing network?
Yeah, so that
This
one
map.
there.
Yep.
Okay. In fact, there was, okay, I think there was one other that had dotted lines going out, but you have right now coming down, it looks like Lake Owen Park.
So which color on this map do you want me to zoom in on?
Okay,
Red or blue?
maybe it was the other map, but I was looking at the other one. Let's go back to the other one. Not this one.
Not that one.
Okay, it's close to this one.
So
Sorry. Okay. Maybe it was the one that had the two lines heading getting to the freeway. And so anyway, there was endpoints there.
it was with the end, the other one,
It's-
first one.
Yeah, maybe the first one you showed.
Yeah, the one with the end. The one.
Yeah, okay, the existing network.
Yes.
The existing network.
Are you looking at the Rainier
Okay,
and the
yeah,
McDowell?
so it comes down, yeah, so Rainier isn't even listed here, that's going to be added to this, because there you have, because you have Washington there, but there's no Rainier, and it goes all the way over to the Leghorn Park over there. But so if that comes down Rainier and it comes down to the freeway, where are those endpoints? What are they feeding?
Is McDowell is essentially the endpoint right now, and that's really just because of that's where the dollars took us. So so right now the one that goes horizontal is the Maria pipeline, and then the two stubs that go down, one's Rainier, and that crosses the freeway. We can hit what's the creek? Deer Creek has potential for recycled water, plus anything that there's some projected maybe potential demand across the freeway. And so that's for future expansion there if we ever go there. And then the Maria, the Maria where it goes down until McDowell, that's going to be used to create a loop system that ultimately hits Lindbergh and then goes across the freeway to the fairgrounds. But so those are existing pipe in the ground right now, and they're there because that's how far the dollars got us.
Got it. Okay, so there's a plan to extend those under the freeway and to keep
Correct.
those ongoing.
Yeah, so the other maps will show the expansion parts of the pipeline network. These were in conjunction with pavement projects, and so essentially what we did is we put the recycled water line in conjunction or prior to the pavement, so that we don't damage brand new pavement down the line.
Okay, good. So anyway, we're already pre-building some things that are
Correct.
moving forward and will be extended out
Correct.
to the east side.
Yes.
A little bit more, east of the freeway
To
at
the
least.
west, yeah.
Okay, just to make sure that's the plan, because it wasn't
that's
quite
the
clear
plan.
as stated in what's so far. Okay, thank you. That's all I had for today.
No problem.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Congratulations, Danielle.
Okay, well, that's good, and I believe that's the council's questions for you, and I hope you'll stick around for general public comment in case.
I have a quick question.
And Councilmember Cater Thompson.
So when I'm looking at this map, there's almost like two phases. One phase is to get under the freeway, and then the next phase would have to go under the river for the potential of getting to the golf course. I mean, now we're really talking a long time out. I mean, this is money and time, and because of the cutbacks with the federal government, how's that going to affect us? And I'd like to know that at the workshop. Exactly how that's.
Grant funding essentially we looking for grant funding for all recycled water expansion projects, but yeah, we might be open to the availability of grant.
I just want to be realistic about timeframes, and are we really going to get money? And we're spending billions on wars right now, so there's a real concern how it's going to trickle down back to the cities as we have previously received grant funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a couple of things is the map that shows phase 1, 2, and 3. The phase 1 section is really the next feasible priority that if we were to acquire enough outside funding for that segment, that would be the most direct route of phase 1 projects identified that would get us closer to the fairgrounds, and then ultimately the most direct route to the west side. So the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 that's in bold towards the end that really highlighted our priority projects doesn't show all of each phase, but it shows the most direct line to the west side. We do know that Petaluma Golf and Country Club is a really large potable water user and interested in recycled water. So we did outline that to be prepared to have that conversation tonight. But really for the next segment, we're trying to get to from where our current pipeline is, really to underneath the 101, so we can gradually make our way to the fairgrounds.
Okay, and are we also planning for the North Specific plan that's happening right now and that development that'll eventually happen?
Yeah, that is, sure. So, yeah, that's part of our north expansion that, as part of this plan, that was a little bit of a secondary priority compared to the urban south. But as we've had conversations with the planning, with that plan, with the consultant that's doing that, we definitely have highlighted the opportunities there. We have looked at North McDowell as being a potential area and looked at areas along the corridor for recycled water use. So we've shared that with the planners as they develop that North Pacific plan. There's definitely opportunities for use of recycled water there.
Okay, that's great. And then, well, the other, I guess, question is are you looking at Maria Drive, just extending it because the pipe is already there?
No, we had a couple high users along Maria. One of the last ones we hit was across Safeway to McDowell Park right there. And so that was a high user we identified and then took advantage of, again, that idea of their paving Maria. And let's get the recycled water in while we have the funds. We have grant funding now. Put the pipeline in place, get those connected, and then utilize that as a jump off point to either hit down towards Lindbergh, towards the fairgrounds, or
No, I understand that, but I'm asking, would the pipeline on Maria be a jumping point to the specific plan?
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
thank you.
definitely that they know that there's existing recycled water that's in the area right now.
Okay.
And then use that for where we want to expand.
Okay, and the other thing is, I just think we have to be realistic with the Golf and Country Club because they think this is going to happen a lot sooner than it is, and it really isn't because it's phase 2, and then you have to have phase 3 to get there. Okay,
Correct.
thanks.
Thanks, appreciate you being here. It's a long-awaited process and looking forward to it. I am worried about the big picture, whether any of this will pan out at all because of the system upgrades and things like that, and making sure that we have all the costs written into any kind of project. I mean, there's no distributed storage in there now. You're going to need something at some point. It runs on, you turn a pump on and it slams everything in the system with water. You'll be needing a lot of upgrades for any of this to pencil out. And we need to know how far we are behind at Sonoma Water. So great report. Thanks for being here tonight. And that moves us to our general public comment to the night. And during that time, the public is invited to make comment on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. And public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. And depending on the number of persons wishing to speak, we may have to limit to a total of no more than 20 minutes. And so additional comments other than that will be heard at the end of the evening's agenda. And I'd like to ask our city clerk if we received any cards or letters, fan mail.
We did. I believe we received 12 general public comments. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. So during these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speaker cards received after this time may not be accommodated.
Okay, we have 6 cards in for tonight, and so we have 3 minutes per person. If you feel the need to speak for 3 minutes, there's that time for you. And our first speaker is Jody Johnson, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. Our mobile park residents in Youngstown, Capri, and Littlewoods living with the weaponization of closure, ground rent increases, violation of senior park overlays, retaliatory parking removal, and failure to maintain by these large investment group mobile park owners are weary. We imagine the city must feel the same. As our law-abiding residents and our law-abiding city continue respectfully to uphold the laws in arbitration, in courts of law, in federal courts of law, these bad actor park owners and the management they have at each park uses ordinances, senior park overlays, violation notices, and more, like toilet paper. Just recently, the discovery that candidates for our area have accepted the maximum donation of $5,900 by the organization that funds and help these large investment group owners abuse both residents and cities was shocking. We remind all that WMA, their association, is suing the state of California and the Attorney General for AB 2782, and that their members are weaponizing closure and retaliations in all cities and counties in California, including Petaluma. Failure to maintain is evident in Youngstown, Capri, and Littlewoods, with park-owned properties in violation of HCD health and safety standards. Water and sewer continue to be overcharged, and there are no posted bills per law up in Youngstown, Littlewoods, or Capri. Ground rents continue to be increased beyond the allowable RSO annual amounts, which leads to more gouging and greed. We continue to ask the community and our city to support putting a stop to the proposed HCD fee increases to all mobile park residents, with intended CPI increases per year and a never-before rounding up of those fees. We need the help of all to prevent this from bypassing legislation in what is a money grab on seniors and vulnerable residents simply trying to live within their means with pride of mobile home ownership. The mental health of our seniors and vulnerable families is a major concern. It's at this point when isolation, withdrawing, and the sense of impending dread lays all residents prey to these bad actor park owners. Thank you to each and every one of you for protecting all your citizens and safeguarding unsubsidized affordable housing. Preserving the right for all and not just the rights of the wealthy is evident in your governing. Advocating requires courage and strength. We so see these in each of you. And if I take a moment, every city council meeting out here is our mobile home residents who come to keep this prolific case of abuse front and center, not just for you, but for our community. Thank you. Petaluma Mobile Residents United.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Bruce Hagan.
The paper's been finished, so this is just me. Usually, I talk to you folks and I read with Jody's words. And these are heartfelt, hard to write, hard to read, hard to say, and you guys have to listen to them. I do not envy you, but I respect you very much. What you do is impossible. Thank you. You guys are really doing it.
Thank you. Bruce Hagan, to be followed by Heather Haley.
Good evening, everybody. Last year, you may recall, I came here as part of Safe Streets Petaluma to talk about a suggestion or a project called tree parking, where we would get the schools involved with planting trees in unused street areas and taking care of them for 7 years. And that's kind of chugging along. But in the meanwhile, my grandson started up at McNair School. I talked to the principal. They were interested in doing something like that, but not in the street, rather on campus where they need more shade. So this turned into something called Heritage Groves, where we're going to do the same thing on campus. There's going to be 7 tree parklets established. And those are going to be kept by each graduating class for all 7 years, from kindergarten through 6th grade. So my grandson, Joe, is TK now. Next year, he'll start off. He'll be in kindergarten. They will develop their own tree parklet with help from the adults. And after 6 years, when he's a 6th grader, he will hand down in the spring, in the graduation ceremony, his class will hand down their tree parklet to the TK kids they've been sharing it with for a year. So there's curriculum that goes around this. The idea of looking out for 7 generations fits nicely within those kindergarten through 6th grade. And just wanted to give you a heads up on that. And these parklets also have the capability of being demonstration sites for what the city's Climate Action Committee is doing now. I think we're referring to them as habitat gardens, but they can all be demonstration habitat gardens where, in addition to native trees, there will be pollinator plants, hedgerows, and just lots of other opportunities for them to establish a sense of place that they can improve and leave it better than they found it, pass it on to the next generation. If you have any questions, tinyurl.com, Heritage Groves, or you know how to reach me. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Haley, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Hi, my name is Heather Haley. I live in Midtown Petaluma with my 2 sons. I am a business owner and a homeowner. I work as a therapist where the presence of nature within our amazing city supports my and my clients' well-being. My topic is the order of tonight's agenda. I would very much like to be able to stay to the end of this meeting to express my thanks and views, as would my fellow Petalumans who have turned out to support your work engaging with the hard issues tonight. Unfortunately, we have to get home to tend to our families and obligations. We support our folks who can stay for the entire meeting. We want a beautiful, healthy, livable city. We want climate action as a community, and we don't want to lose another minute in moving forward. We are grateful for all the work you have done so far to address climate change and make Petaluma a model city that other cities admire and can replicate. You are paving the way for greater change. Please lead us with courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Jazvi Jadari.
Good evening. At the recent Public Safety Advisory Committee meeting, the members voted to recommend that the City Council consider alternatives to our current use of flock cameras. Also noted was that the timing should take into consideration both the upcoming budget discussions and the end of the flock grant funded period in September of this year. Councilwoman Now, who is the City Council liaison to this committee and as such voted with the majority to consider alternatives, reported back to the council this recommendation during the last City Council meeting. So now what? I don't see it on any future agendas. I believe multiple City Council members need to request to have the matter agendized, or is it the city manager who puts it on a future agenda? Does the issue quietly die if that doesn't happen? Use of these particular ALRFs is a significant escalation of citizenry surveillance and data sharing risk, which jurisdiction after jurisdiction has deemed unacceptable and so have canceled their contracts. I hope that you will do whatever is needed to agendize a discussion, as the issue deserves the council's scrutiny. And since I have extra time, so excited, 3 full minutes. It's been a long time. I'm going to move on to general comments themselves. As you are aware, I'm sure that there are changes coming. The new state mandate requires that virtual participants are allowed to again comment from home or for wherever they are. So I imagine you're in the process of reevaluating general comments, and I hope part of that discussion will include adding some time. As I'm sure we can all imagine, if there are participants from home, there are going to be a lot more people who would like to speak. And though none of us want these meetings to go any longer, this is really our sole opportunity as citizens to communicate with those who govern us. It's not the same to send an email. And I'm not sure that the mayor's backfilling of speakers at the end of the meeting is actually going to fly with the new requirements that mandate that virtual and in-person participants are allotted the same consideration in terms of their participation and their comments. So anyway, I look forward to the new regulations, and I know that a lot of people who can't make it down here are really excited to again be able to participate in these city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jazvi Shadari.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Ojasvi Chowdhury, and I go to Casa Grande High School here in Petaluma. I'm here to continue the discussion on water and shift the focus specifically to plans for the Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility. Since November of last year, I became involved in the Biomass to Biofuels, or B2B project at the Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility, touring the site, learning about the environmental potential of excess methane, and diving deeper into the topic through my own research. Through my findings, I would like to urge the Council to support the B2B project and approve for compressed natural gas production at the site, because by doing so, the city can increase their revenue through the sale of renewable fuel and also further climate goals by reducing methane emissions. I've detailed the monetary costs and other alternative plans in my written public comment letter, which I already emailed to the city clerk. As a young person, I really love seeing environmentally focused initiatives being implemented in my local community because these projects are what improve life for people of the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And before I say that's the last speaker, I don't usually comment, but I do want to comment that that was really one fine piece of writing and research. I think we all, 6 pages, 8 pages of plus that many of references behind. And so I hope you're in touch with staff and achieving things, because that was one fine piece of writing. Thank you. And that was our last public speaker for the night. And now we'll move to council comments, and I'll ask the council member now to lead us off. I will remind all that sometimes council gets long in its comments, and we're really going to try and stick to 3 minutes, and we're going to start a clock and all that kind of fun stuff. So,
Is
Councilmember now.
the clock started, Caitlin? Okay. Good evening. I have no liaison committee meeting reports tonight, but I do have a public service announcement for my District 3 neighborhood and others. Are you interested in improved safety, slower speeds, reduced traffic congestion, and enhanced trail connectivity, safer crossings on Lakeville Highway? Then please join us Tuesday, March 24th for an interactive open house to learn more and share your input about proposed safety improvements on Lakeville between Petaluma Boulevard North and Browns Lane. So mark your calendar for the open house meeting on Tuesday, March 24th, 4 to 7 at Miwok Elementary School, 101 St. Francis Drive. Included in the meeting will be Spanish translation, pizza. I say always have pizza, they'll come. Beverages and children's activities. So you can bring your children. Thank you to the City of Petaluma staff and the Sonoma County Transportation Climate Authorities. And to learn more and sign up to receive project updates, please visit the city website. And I don't know if Bruce Hagen's still here. Go by Miwok School and see our Monarch Garden and the trees that were planted by the Relief Group. What was that, 2 years ago? It was the hardest day of my life digging an adobe. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
How fast was that?
1 1/2.
That was impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reporting out from the last PBAC meeting, Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee, we received a presentation and had the opportunity to provide feedback on the Caulfield Lane and Eli Boulevard South safety and pavement upgrade projects. I had the privilege this last week to guest lecture at Rutgers University in their Road to Supply Chain on the impact of tariffs on U.S. businesses. So I was proud to participate in that. And this past week, I had the privilege of participating in the Santa Rosa Junior College Community Roundtable, and I thought that was a great event. Look forward to seeing more great things from SRJC. Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, let's see if I can keep under 3 minutes now. All right. Several of us did visit classes over at Petaluma High School during Political Science Week over there. But I was surprised that only one student out of the class actually rode their bike. Everyone else drove. And so I had to remind them about active transportation plan. Also that according to research from Stanford, we're going to run out of oil in 50 years and it's going to get limited within 25. So yes, we need to do preparation for that expectation. The second thing, I also was with Councilmember Quint, I went to the SRJC roundtable and demonstrating some whole folder of handouts here for that. And we got a letter summarizing it, but basically what everyone was saying and what they reported back to us was that we wanted to strengthen the workforce and career education, expand student pathways and early career exploration, to increase awareness, outreach, and community engagement. Know it's getting more people on campus, especially the older folks, through lifelong learning. We need to expand that. And strengthen community partnerships so that more community presence from the JC in our community. So those are some of the outcomes of what was discussed. And there was well over about 30 people there, a lot of leaders from the community, not the council, but a lot of leaders were there to come up with this analysis and recommendations, which were actually being listened to, which is really nice. The North Bay Watershed Association, coming up on April 9th, is having their 25-year anniversary, and they're having the conference down in Marin, so it'd be really good. And at the same day, we also have the museum opening an exhibit on our tidal wetlands, which I'm also helping out on the getting the materials together for that. Of course, we have trees coming up shortly. And in the Downtown Business Association had their annual dinner and meeting. New officers came up. But basically, they do a lot of work for us in the downtown area. In fact, this Tuesday, which is tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, if you want to join in, there's beautification of downtown. So come in with your scrapers and your brushes and brooms, and we're going to clean up downtown from graffiti and stickers and make the downtown look a little bit nicer at 8 o'clock in the morning to about 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'll be down there working there tomorrow. But they do a lot of things. They do lots of communications, merchant events, and just the improvement district, like tomorrow's beautification. So that's my report.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. The Planning Commission met last Tuesday. We reviewed an appeal from a neighbor on a project at the old racquetball club. They're making that into a self-storage facility, and we also approved a recommendation to the city council to allow RV storage in that planned community development. So that'll be coming before us. It's exciting and welcome because we obviously need more RV storage in the city to help get them off the streets and things like that. So that was welcome, and I will say that. By the sounds of it, from both the person who was challenging the project and the applicant, our staff did a great job of mediating the issue and finding common ground. We will be talking about it. We heard our tree preservation ordinance, and Sonoma Clean Power had a deep dive on our integrated resource plan, which is something we're required to do every 2 years, but basically just showing where we're going to supply all the electricity that we're going to sell. So,
thank you, Councilmember Cater Thompson.
So I was in Sacramento last Tuesday lobbying with the Sonoma County Water Agency. We had meetings all day long, but it was really interesting learning about all the different jurisdictions and what their concerns and their needs were. So it was quite educational, and it was a really long day, but water is really important, to educate yourself on. And being in Sacramento and seeing how the sausage is really made, it's good, and it's good for the city, and it's good for the entire county. But my SCTCA meeting, the Sonoma County Transit Climate Action meeting, we did talk about the Lakeville corridor discussion, and so I will be there on the 24th. And I really encourage people to come. It doesn't matter if you live within the area, because it's an area that we use all the time, and it's really dangerous. And there's going to be just a good discussion, and we really want to hear from the public on what the public thinks about the project, because it's a big project. And we're also going to, then you can kind of finger and look up D Street a little bit, where SMART interconnects. And so look at the broader picture, just don't look at Lakeville, kind of spread out a little bit. My SMART meeting, there's really no report because I have my SMART meeting on Thursday. And let's see, anything else? there were some other things. I was going to go to Sacramento tomorrow to go to an HCD hearing, but that has been canceled until April, which is great. Thank you.
HCD, we're doing the alphabet thing.
Housing Community Development.
Important, thank you.
It's very important.
Vice Mayor.
Good evening, and thank you to all the tree advocates for coming. Actually, I had to check my calendar, make sure it wasn't St. Patrick's Day yet, because I'm not wearing green today. But no liaison reports, but I did on Saturday attend a presentation by a local historian at the Petaluma Arts Center, Catherine Reinhardt. She did a really cool presentation on catering to the car, a retro road trip down Petaluma's Main Street, where she highlighted many buildings that are still here today, and why they were built. They're used to the car. That some were dealerships, some were service centers, drive-ins, restaurants, and so it was really cool to see how some of our town developed based around that. And I also want to give a shout out to the Petaluma Arts Center. I talked to the director and some of the board members afterwards, and they're feeling really good about the Arts Center right now. They've expanded their hours and added Sunday to their schedule, so they're now open Thursday to Sunday from 12 to 4 p.m. They've been, last year, they started doing some major fundraising and were able to raise $300,000 and hire some part-time positions, which is part of why they're able to open longer now and do more exhibits. And, they're starting a new program called the PAC Academy that will feature more art classes and youth programming that begin this summer. And the word on the street with them is that PAC is back, and so they're very excited and hoping that more people will come down and support their local galleries.
And if you're not a member, join. So, right? That's what we're saying here.
Yeah, visit PetalumaArtCenter.org.
It's a membership base, so it's not a problem. It's been a busy 2 weeks for me. One of the fun ones, I got to pen a letter accepting a gift of historical photos from Exchange Bank here, and I want to thank our council member now for brokering all this, and the vice mayor for transporting these. I believe be displayed in City Hall. And then last week, there was a ceremony at the museum, the Petaluma Historic Museum, where there's a planting of a white rose of peace. And this was led by Heidi Kuhn, who coincidentally is our grand marshal for this year's Butter and Egg Parade. She's a McNear family heir and a leader in a global effort called Roots for Peace. And they remove landmines worldwide to allow improved agriculture, especially women-driven agriculture. There were representatives from the consuls of Kazakhstan, Japan, Vietnam, Peru, China. I mean, Petaluma proud. I mean, that was a very cool day and a good choice as Grand Marshal. I also attended the Petaluma City Schools Environmental Literacy and Climate Action Committee workshop. I attended 3 events at the JC event that we mentioned previously, the Petaluma High Speaker Day, and yeah, I did ride my bike. And then I met with the staff of the Secure Families Collaboration. Ooh, looks like I'm going to use everybody's time. And the Secure Family Collaboration Collaborative, who's got they're in the immigration space, and they're building public-private partnerships to support Sonoma County immigrant-serving communities. I attended the Chamber of Commerce meeting on why agriculture is integral to Petaluma 2050 with the city economic development staff. I appreciate them being there. Met with Petaluma Healthcare Center to discuss the challenges serving the community and what they see coming. They serve over 1,000 persons a day. Met with the PPSC Cafe 211 team over at the Novak facility and the County Council on Aging staff and the chief consul to the California State Assembly Committee on Aging and Long-Term Care, all regarding senior services in Petaluma. And Cafe 211 serves over 250 meals a day, both in the hot delivery and the on-site lunches. So big shout out to Tracy and the rest that working there. I attended the immigration workshop in the workplace that was put on by the Asian American Coalition of North Bay, Asian American Pacific Island Coalition. And the speakers were the Sonoma Immigration Service North Bay Rapid Response Network, and it was sponsored by the city and by the Chamber and Downtown Business. Attended the Sonoma County Mayor's, let's see, what did I do here? Attended the mayor's, county-wide mayor's meeting, had a couple of main topics. Again, immigration and ICE was a key thing. it's important to realize there's 85,000 immigrants in the county, and 1 in 6 have dubious legal status, and so it's a big issue. Then I just want to note that next week we have our council goals meeting. In case you want to participate on that, that's a big event. I want to thank Councilmember Barnacle for reminding us of that last week. So it's still on all our radars. And with that, I'll pass it off to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Join us this Saturday, March 21st at the Lucchese Community Center from 12 to 2 for an all-ages workshop for the Petaluma North Smart Station area-specific plan. The event will focus on shaping a shared vision for the area around the station and along the McDowell corridor. The workshop will begin with a recap of community feedback received at the previous workshop, followed by a hands-on activity to identify priorities and explore options for the plan area, including housing, environmental, and circulation access. There will be light refreshments and raffle prizes, so please join us and help shape the future of the East Side. Also, you may notice some construction activity, some new construction activity around town. Today, work began on Fire Station number 1 at D Street on a year-long seismic upgrade and interior renovation project. And you'll also notice right around the corner, the temporary fire station on the boulevard is up and operational and housing our fire staff from Station 1 during this construction period. And then Morella, the Gallagher Senior Living Project that includes 82 senior apartments and 8 memory care rooms. Demolition work has begun and the permits are getting reviewed right now. So lots of work during that construction period. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. And I think just in response to the public, I think we have a workshop coming on our Zoom participation at meetings coming in, and that's going to kick off and be live come July 1st-ish.
That's correct. And I don't know, Caitlin, if you'd like to give
Yes,
that date.
so the city attorney's office and myself will be bringing an item to council in May to discuss what that's going to look like, and then we'll kick off with remote participation in July.
Great, thank you very much. That takes us to the consent calendar for the evening, and I'd like to look up and down the dais and see if anyone wishes to have any item removed from that. And not seeing that, then I'd like to ask if the council has any questions of staff on the consent calendar. And not seeing that, I'll ask the clerk to open public comment on the consent calendar.
We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting on the consent calendar, and I don't have any cards on the consent calendar, but this is the moment if anyone has them.
And I'm not seeing anybody moving quickly to turn in a card either. So we will close public comment and bring it back up to the dais. And any comment or motion, Councilmember Shribs?
Just a comment, but one of the items on there is our urban forestry management plan, so that we're going to be codifying it and bringing it forward. And it's in the consent calendar, not in the agenda item, because I think we've already talked about it a little bit, but a report now is available. The full report is like 60, 80 pages long, detailing the actual plan. Which is more of a very philosophical, but a plan to really move us forward into bringing a lot more forestry to our city and a lot more biodiversity. So that's in the consent calendar and not in the agenda item later on. So just to let you know, folks, know there is a difference between the two, and that the agenda item is just for the tree ordinance for protecting the trees that are already in existence, whereas the urban forestry plan is more about creating future. And we saw, just mentioned that that's why the two are differentiated, and one was put in one spot and one was put in the other spot. And just ask the lawyer, just in case city attorney, being that I wrote the technical manual for the city for tree protections way back when, many years ago, and I've worked on this project for trees for a long time, is there any reason I need to recuse myself on this topic?
You would need to recuse yourself if that was compensated, if you have an interest, a financial interest in that work.
I worked for free, so no financial interest.
It sounds like there's lots of interest, but none of it financial.
Okay,
so
good.
I don't
So
see
good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you wish to make a motion?
And I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and move the consent items.
Second.
So we have a motion by Shribs and a second by Barnacle. And seeing no further comment, I'd like to ask for roll call vote on the consent calendar.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Gator Thompson,
Yes. Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So this is where we ask that the agenda be modified and that 12 be taken at this time and 11 be the item to follow 12. So, item 12 is first reading of an ordinance approving zoning text amendment to comprehensively modify Chapter 17 tree preservation of the implementing zoning ordinance and to also amend Municipal Code Chapter 1308 trees and other vegetation, providing feedback on modifications to permit and enforcement fees associated with implementation of new tree regulation, making findings that this action is categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines. And to help us with this tonight, we have Heather Hines, our Special Projects Manager. Heather, the floor is yours as soon as the computer gets hot. Are we good to go?
We're good to go. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Heather Hines, Special Projects Manager with the city, and I am supported today by Ben Anderson, who works with Urban Forestry Associates, who has been our consulting arborist and has been working closely with city on both the tree preservation ordinance and the master plan. So Ben is here to help support this effort, answer questions on some of the daily practice of implementing an ordinance as he serves in this role for a number of different jurisdictions. So we are here tonight to talk about the tree preservation ordinance. Tonight's review, I'm going to give you a staff report of where we've been, some of the background, including a recap of the Planning Commission's recommendation that took place not quite a week ago. It was a quick turnaround on this one. An opportunity to receive public comment, and then introduction of the ordinance that includes both amendments to the implementing zoning ordinance and the Petaluma Municipal Code. And then also there was some detail in the staff report about some of the fees that the city will need to establish. So that has not been agendized for action this evening, but more some feedback and discussion, and then that will come back as a separate item at a future meeting. So background on this effort, an update to the tree preservation ordinance has been on the City Council's top 10 priority list. There has been quite a bit of community discussion urging the city to recognize the benefits of a healthy urban forest and prioritize preservation of Petaluma's tree canopy. The Tree Advisory Committee created robust resources as the starting point for this effort, and Petaluma Relief has been an important community partner with the city for this effort as well. The city and Relief received some grant funding from CAL FIRE that is the source of funding for both the Urban Forestry Master Plan and the update to the Tree Preservation Ordinance. There have been a number of public meetings that have been held about the tree preservation ordinance specifically. There were 2 study sessions with the Tree Advisory Committee, a study session with the Planning Commission, and then, as I mentioned last week, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item and forwarded a recommendation to the City Council. The topic of trees, tree preservation ordinance has also been part of other planning efforts and related discussions and meetings, including the City Council goals and objectives, our general plan update process, the development of the Urban Forest Master Plan, blueprint for climate action, and the urban forest canopy assessment that was done to inform the master plan. So trees have been an important dialogue for some time in the community. And really what all of this dialogue has urged is to recognize the value of trees for all that they do and benefits they bring to the community, from carbon sequestration to improving air quality, creating shade and a sense of protection along our rights of way, which in turn encourage use of active transportation, providing protection of our riparian habitat along creeks and the river. So this is really what has been uplifted by that community discussion. The modifications or amendments to the implementing zoning ordinance, it's a comprehensive update to that existing tree preservation ordinance in the IZO. So I want to focus on some of the key modifications that you will see looking at the ordinance, which is included at Exhibit A to Attachment 1. So one of the key things that these modifications do is they create a broader applicability of the city's tree preservation regulations to all trees greater than 6 inches in trunk diameter. This is a departure from our existing tree preservation ordinance, which recognizes protected trees as a relatively short list of tree species, and outside of that does not provide a whole lot of regulation for tree preservation unless part of a development project. The modifications include a range of exemptions. They're limited in order to ensure we are preserving our existing trees and canopy, but also trying to realistically look at situations where tree removal may be required and may be for the benefit of the trees and the community. So there's some language in there about removal when a tree is in proximity to a residential foundation, or when a tree is in proximity to other larger trees, when removal of that tree might be a benefit. There's also an inclusion of nuisance tree species that are exempt from the ordinance. That is a departure from the current tree preservation ordinance. One of the biggest changes, and staff are quite excited for the clarity and streamlining that we think this will do, is there is a single tree removal permit. Currently, between the implementing zoning ordinance and the Petaluma Municipal Code, there's some conflicting language about the process, the permit requirement, sometimes requiring multiple departments to be reviewing a tree removal permit that causes things to take longer or confusion. So we're really looking forward to this to improve that internal procedures around review of tree removal permits. There's also clarification of replacement ratios, reference to payment of a replacement in lieu fee when replacement trees cannot be accommodated on the site. There's an expanded discussion around preservation as part of development projects, and this is really looking at prioritizing preservation of trees early in a development process to ensure that the largest trees, or the trees in the best health, the best specimens, are preserved, and the project is designed around that. Requirements for tree preservation for ministerial permits. This has come up when maybe a tree isn't proposed for removal, but because there isn't adequate preservation, a preservation plan on site, construction can often end up damaging a tree or losing a tree just because the right parameters weren't in place. So setting up some of those standards for tree preservation and protection plans, and then clarification of enforcement and penalty provision. So that's a overview. One thing I think that it's important to emphasize is this tree preservation ordinance doesn't prohibit all tree removals ever. It is prioritizing the preservation and making sure we're looking at trees as a community resource, as an important part of our community's infrastructure, and planning to protect them to the greatest extent we can. So last week, the Planning Commission reviewed the ordinance and unanimously approved a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt the ordinance. There were some limited revisions to that ordinance. Those are presented in track changes at attachment 4, and I'm going to touch on those quickly. The Planning Commission, previously as part of the study session that the Planning Commission held at the end of last year, there had been a concern about reducing the burden of the additional regulatory oversight on individual single-family property owners. And so one of the things that staff had proposed to try to address that concern was an exemption for trees up to 12 inches on privately owned parcels that were already developed with single-family detached residences. So this was not to exempt them completely, but to allow slightly bigger trees to be exempt from the ordinance on those individual privately owned residential properties. The Planning Commission, after discussion at their hearing, recommended eliminating that exemption. So it took it back to the 6-inch diameter for all trees that are regulated through the ordinance. They did also recommend that we add language as part of the exemptions, recommending property owners document the exemption prior to removal to assist themselves in any complaints and code enforcement inquiries that might come, since exemptions are exempt from any kind of permit or review. So we did add that language in. And then clarification under the exemption for imminent situations was another thing that the Planning Commission recommended. And finally, there was some discussion and some modification around the replacement ratio for development projects, where that ratio would be based solely on 15-gallon replacement specimens instead of a kind of graduated, depending on the size of the replacement tree. So those were the primary 4 things that the Planning Commission recommended. There were some miscellaneous surgical edits that you will also see in that attachment 4. The clean version before the City Council as Exhibit A to your to the ordinance itself incorporates all of those items that the Planning Commission recommended. So the permits process and fees seem to be one of the things of most interest as part of this tree preservation ordinance. So I want to just kind of roll through a couple of the improvements, and then I will walk through some of the permitting under individual situations. So as I mentioned, a single tree removal permit would be required for a tree, whether it's on private or public property, and including street trees. The ordinance, the regulatory oversight and requirement for tree removal permit would be for all tree removals with a 6-inch or greater trunk diameter. So that's, as I mentioned, a change from the protected species that are in the current ordinance. The enhanced review for development projects doesn't drastically change the process that is currently in place for looking at tree removal permits as part of a discretionary development project. It more just provides some clarity and nuance, references the site design principles of thinking of the trees early as part of designing a project, and includes some additional findings and conditions of approval as part of that process. There is the process has really been set up utilizing a consulting arborist for staff support, given that we do not have an in-house arborist available to oversee all the tree removal permits. So that is integral into the process as is set up, and subject to change if the staffing for the city changes over time. That could easily evolve with the ordinance as written. Let's see, approved tree removal permits for street trees would be required as part of the encroachment permit application. So really, the encroachment permit becomes really the traffic control and the safety provisions of doing any sort of work in the right of way, and not a look specifically at should this individual tree be removed and replaced. That's part of that single tree removal permit being used for a variety of situations. Tree protection measures as part of building permit submittal when work is in proximity to existing trees. I think this is a really important improvement to the process to make sure that even if a tree is not proposed for removal, we're identifying that tree when construction is happening in proximity to that tree, including things like tree protective fencing on site, and showing it on building permit plans. As I mentioned, adoption of fees are not before the council tonight, but we did provide some discussion of them to receive feedback. The tree removal permit, we're looking to set that similar to other flat fees out of the Community Development Department. Fees like fence permits and sign permits. Separating out a site inspection fee so that when that's needed, that would be charged. That is not always needed for review of a tree removal permit, and also offering that as a pre-application consultation option as well to help homeowners, probably most specifically when they've got an issue with an existing tree and looking for input from an arborist or consulting arborist, could offer that on-site consultation as well. Discussion of updating our administrative citation fees, which have not been updated in more than a decade, and establishing a replacement in lieu fee that would be applied when replacement could not be accommodated on site. So again, those are some of the highlights of important components of the permit process and fees as we move towards implementation. So I want to point out some key components of the tree protection ordinance around permitting for individual property owners. So again, offering that optional site consultation early to help problem solve, see if sometimes trees can be preserved and the objective of the property owner can be accommodated by thinking outside of the box, looking at different options. Highlighting that there are a number of exemptions in the ordinance that are probably particularly useful for individual property owners, such as that proximity to foundation of residential structures. The Community Development Director is the review authority for tree removal permits for individual property owners. When we're looking at creating the permit application, we are looking to allow applicants to respond to the required findings, as well as self-certify that replacement has been completed. So trying to look for ways to reduce those costs and increase that efficiency. Another thing that came out of the study session with the Planning Commission was allowing individual property owners the option to either replace a tree on site or pay the in lieu fee to satisfy that requirement. Some different things for tree removal for street trees. Many are the same, but there are a couple things that probably are more focused on this type of permitting, such as the exemption for public utility protection or imminent hazards. Similar to individual properties, the Community Development Director is the review authority in this situation. And then again, allowing some of that self-certification to streamline the permitting and enforcement on that. Another item that came out of the study session with the Planning Commission was in replacement for street trees. Payment of the in lieu fee is not an option for replacement of street trees. It would be required to be planted with a new street tree. And the approved permit, again, required for the application for an encroachment permit. And then finally, permitting for development projects. We're looking for, as I mentioned, that early site design principles demonstrating that they were thinking of tree preservation when they designed the project, requiring a project arborist early and throughout construction, requiring tree preservation and protection plan. And then the review authority shifts for these types of discretionary development projects, where the Planning Commission or the City Council would be the review authority alongside the entitlement review, because they're so intertwined, not seeing them as two distinct processes. There are supplemental findings for approval and standard conditions of approval. Similar to existing procedure, a security deposit may be required as we move into construction to ensure that we have those adequate protections. And then a different replacement value required for these types of projects. Just as some of as we're looking at different fees and trying to come up with the right fee establishment for these processes. So again, tree removal permits, we've been looking similar to other flat fees. When a tree removal permit is part of an entitlement, a discretionary development review, it would be part of the cost recovery. That site visit or that pre-application consultation, looking at $250 for that. Encroachment permits for trees is currently $268. So whether that we can pick up some efficiency with that, given that the review of the tree would not necessarily be part of that, we will look at that when we dig into the precise permit fees. Security deposit, this 20% of a tree value of 100,000 or less, or 10% if it's more than 100,000. That's in the current ordinance carrying that forward. And then enforcement penalties referencing replacement values, and that reference to where replacement values, where we establish those. There were a couple items that came up through council questions that wanted to, or public comment that I wanted to provide some clarification on. One was around the permit and replacements for a development permit on an existing single-family residential property. So this is something like somebody building a large shed behind their house, or constructing an accessory dwelling unit. So the intention was not, by getting that building permit, to kick it into a category of development similar to development of a mixed-use building. So staff is prepared to offer some clarifying language should we get to a motion to keep that at the same replacement requirements as an individual tree removal permit on for a single family property. Another question came up about the penalty fees in, I think it's subsection 17.140. And the idea was that there would also be replacement required. Otherwise, we're setting up something where it might be cheaper to cut it down and ask for forgiveness. So that was the penalty for doing it, for removing a tree without the appropriate permits. And then there were some questions about the heritage and landmark trees replacement requirements. The draft TPO directly references the existing heritage tree requirements and replacement requirements in the municipal code. And as part of this effort, we did not update that section of the code. So it's directly referencing what that municipal code section says. If there's a desire to see that section updated in the future, we can look at that as part of future code update cycles. I think we've talked a lot about street trees. Street trees has been a real central concern expressed by both members of the community and the Tree Advisory Committee, identifying that need for that greater clarification and efficiency. Staff would agree with that, and some of the conflicts the existing codes present for review of those permits. So I think we've covered the other items on that. I do want to touch briefly on the Petaluma Municipal Code, Chapter 13.08, because that is part of the ordinance before you. This section of the Petaluma Municipal Code specifically addresses trees within the public right-of-way, and this is what conflicts with the existing implementing zoning ordinance, but it also conflicts with the proposed updates to the TPO. So the modifications that are proposed is really to bring that into alignment with the proposed amendments in the IZO. So you will see a clean version as Exhibit B to the ordinance, and then there's also a track change version at Attachment 7. Almost done, but wanted to touch on education and resources because this is another thing that comes up a lot. So this is not directly addressed in the ordinance, but I wanted to highlight some of the things staff is looking at doing in order to kind of continue the education around the new ordinance, the new procedures, and offering resources. So we have started a tree webpage on the city's website and looking to expand that with different resources, communicate those updated processes, revised regulations, application forms, educational materials, some information there. Also, I think this came out of the master plan effort, an acknowledgement that there's a lot of confusion about maintenance of street trees and who's responsible. So including information about that as a resource as well. So this is one of the things we're looking to do to kind of consolidate all of those tree resources in a single place on the city's website instead of currently it's kind of spread throughout, and provide those resources and education. So there have been quite a few public comments. They have been posted online as they have come in, that Caitlin has received them. You also had an attachment with the public comments that we received as part of the Planning Commission hearing. Generally, the comments are supportive of the adoption of the updated TPO. There are some specific comments that provide recommendations on ordinance language that the City Council may wish to discuss as part of their deliberation, and happy to answer questions about those as they may come up. So finally, recommendation to introduce an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to comprehensively modify Chapter 17 of the IZO and amend Chapter 13.08 of the Municipal Code, making findings consistent with the required findings for amendments as outlined in Section 25050 of the IZO. This is also in your staff report and in your ordinance. It was also part of the Planning Commission's resolution. We welcome any feedback on the enforcement or permit fees as part of tonight's dialogue, and then also making findings that this action is categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, Section 15307 and 15308. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you, and we're available for questions.
Okay, I suspect there might be questions. So, I mean, you got to know, I just love it when we get to a council goal that we might be getting it done tonight. So, I mean, because it's hard to do the things that float up to council goal level. And I think I think I might be the only council member here who was on when this was first, or actually Councilmember Barnacle as well. And so it's been working its way through the public and the process, and I'm really glad you're here tonight with this ordinance. Big fan. So who wants to start with questions here? Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, not too hard. Let's see. The first one is, I just want to comment, this is a really robust, comprehensive ordinance. did you have to create all this ourselves, or did we able to have sources that we actually were able to grab it and reuse elsewhere? But this is a lot of work got done.
Thank you for that. It has been a robust process. No, we had a lot of work that was done by the Tree Advisory Committee. We had a lot of work that was done by Relief, as you know, that was our starting point. We also looked to a lot of different jurisdictions to see how they dealt with things, and suggestions through different jurisdictions.
Right. Given the robustness, is there other cities that have similar comprehensive ordinance?
Yeah, Ben and I were just talking about this a little bit, and trying to decide like where on the continuum this is. And there are definitely jurisdictions that are have more regulatory control. For instance, Fairfax looks at 4 inches or greater, period. There are other ones that have less and will exempt like all fulls. I think Santa Rosa, all of their single family zones, they completely exempt it from the ordinance, with some minor exceptions. So there's kind of a continuum. I would say that it's on the leading edge, but not necessarily the most prohibitive.
Okay, but there's other cities that even have stronger ordinances than this.
Yes.
Okay, that's I just want to make that clarify that, even though we're heading toward that goal. Good. Then I think when the Planning Commission went from the 12 down to 6, one of the major concerns was safety for the individual homeowners. Now, I've done tree work. I actually was a TA in an arborist class way back when, and so I got trained in how to take down trees. But I'm looking, right now I've got a project in my backyard. I'm going to put it in a shed, and I got to take out 2 trees. One I just took out, which is just right at 6 inches, and I could manage that myself pretty well. But I looked at over 6 inches, and I'm going, do I want to? It's close. It's well over 20 feet tall, so do I take it out myself or not? And I'm thinking that any tree over 6 inches is probably going to be taken out more by professionals than homeowners, because it gets pretty daunting when you get into that size of tree and that age of tree. So all the fines and fees are pretty much reference the actual homeowner or the land property owner as far as what they're conducting with. But most of the work is going to be done on 6 inches or more is going to be done by professional, either a landscaper or a tree service. Where do they fit into this ordinance? And how are they going to respond? And how much training are they going to get? And enforcement that they're going to do, self-enforcement on all, because they're out there every single day pruning and cutting down trees. So they're the key people, not the homeowners, because homeowners may not know the regulations as much, but they should. So how do we work with them?
So one of the things we're looking to do is to send something out to all of the tree surgeons, arborists, tree removal services in the area to say, hey, the city has a new ordinance. That's one of the things we can do to try to bring it to their attention, to do something, to ask them to look at it, to bring themselves up to speed, to let them know of some of the enforcement provisions in the updated ordinance. So that's one of the things
okay, good. And
we have looked at, yeah.
And also, how many of these tree services or landscapers actually to do this work? I mean, how big of a job is it going to be to kind of track what's going on?
Well, so the first bit of that is variable if a tree service deals with the permits or not. Some do, some don't. You know, typically the bigger and better tree services will handle the permit process for their client, and those same tree services are going to be pretty encouraged to report violations. Like Sonoma Marin Arborist is one of our local ones, and they always try to get permits, and it drives them nuts when they see work going on that they know requires a permit, you know, those street trees. So like, I know that they specifically have like a list of all the street trees that have been removed in Petaluma without a permit, because they want a level playing field, because they're, you know, it's costly and time consuming for them to get those permits, and it's not fair for them to compete with those businesses that aren't following the rules. So I think some of those long-term established companies in Petaluma are going to be advocates for this and are going to help us with enforcement.
Right. So we're concerned because even on my street, just even with my neighbors, I've helped out trim a couple things, but I had one that, they got a really low cost bid, only $500, and the tree went down to nothing. And so, again, the landscapers who are willing to do the work for very low cost, not going to deem the permitting everything. So how do we actually get this enforced into that? Because that's the key. This is the 6-inch to 12-inch when you actually need big equipment to get in there. But a lot of this handwork is being done by the landscape crews. So how do we enforce it with them, and how do we get that communication, and how well do you think can we make that happen?
I think that's going to be tough, honestly, and that's not going to be something that's in the ordinance, and that can be a conversation for later. I think those trees, those specifically between 6 and 12-inch trees, are ones that we have to accept that we're still going to get people removing those without a permit. Those are going to be harder to catch, but as long as they're included in the ordinance, it's at least going to be a signal to those people that they should think twice about removing them, and we're going to save more of them, than if we just leave it at that 12-inch.
Right. And so I'm getting at the fees, like there's a $100, $200, $300 fees for X number of times within a year or whatever. And these folks, like my next door neighbor just said, he's going to get a tree taken down, and it's $800 to take one tree down. So I can't see a $100 or $300 fees to be much impactful for the landscape. Is it possible we could, I say, hey, if you get caught enough times, you take away your license. You may not do landscaping work anymore. Can we get to that point?
He slid that over to me quickly. I would probably ask Eric for some input here. I'm not sure how a tree removal company, what license and what the criteria for maintaining their license is, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find this loophole in here that what's going to happen practically, and because I've seen enough of this work being done, and I'm just trying to find out where is the loophole and how can we close it.
Yeah, and yes, Eric.
If the council would like, I can respond briefly to that. So the in section 17.140, that's the enforcement provision and the IZO amendments, and there's quite a menu of enforcement options, and I was just double checking while you were asking the question, Councilmember Shribs, in terms of who's targeted and potentially subject to enforcement action. It's any person who cuts, damages, or removes a tree in violation of the chapter. There's criminal penalties available that are misdemeanors. There's administrative penalties that can be brought. There's replacement value. Fine. There's in two different ways, and there's civil and administrative actions that are available. So that could be brought against homeowner, that could be brought against a tree service. It's any person that's violating these provisions, so acting without a permit. So that's pretty flexible, and I'm not actually seeing a loophole. The issue, I think, is going to be getting reporting information to know about the violation.
Okay, good. So one of the important things is the education of the public. So if the public, we have lots of folks here that have been reporting going on. So if we actually get that reporting up a little bit and the public educated a little bit more, then the reporting is going to happen a little bit more by the public as, I see this tree did damage. We can follow up and find out and investigate. And then there could be fines, looks like some other things that could be done to really really force the issue a little bit and stop doing this. Otherwise, it will continue. Okay, so those are, I may have some other comments, but I think I'll hold up. Those are the questions I have. I'll have comments later. Thank you.
Councilmember Quinn. Thank you. Can you walk me through sort of the process today as it exists today? If I'm a
a small builder who, I'm either looking to build an ADU on someone's property, or maybe I've got a 10,000 square foot lot. Maybe that lot has an existing single family home and I want to take it down and put up a fourplex. Or maybe the lot's, empty, except for it has a few trees on it, and I want to put up a fourplex. What does that process look like today as it pertains to trees for that builder?
So building a fourplex is a discretionary review. Site plan and architectural review is required. So under 5 units, it's an administrative review, but it still has all the same findings and requirements for that. So if you were building a fourplex, we would require a site plan that identifies any existing trees on the site, and would require as part of that process the replacement consistent with the ordinance requirements today, or payment of in lieu of a replacement fee.
So that's what's in place today, not this particular plan, or not this particular ordinance.
Well, this ordinance does, in that case, it's very similar. It's some clarity in here. There's some changes to the replacement value. There's some emphasis on trying to plan your project around existing trees if you can, to preserve either the existing trees on the site or the best specimens on the site. So it doesn't drastically change the process for that type of project where you've got a discretionary review. What it does change is right now, if you were just had a lot and you were building an ADU, for instance, there's not a requirement for a tree removal permit as part of that, because it's just a building permit. So this would have a requirement that, again, you identify, this tree is going to be removed so I can build my ADU, and there would be a replacement requirement, whether it be in kind or payment of an in lieu fee if you didn't want to replace it on that single family lot.
Got it. Can you, I guess what I want to get to is really kind of understand sort of the magnitude of additional cost or process that's going to be required for a small residential project, whether it's an ADU or, just trying to, I think about, our current state of housing. Mm-hmm. And I think we, all of our, we all have a goal, or most of us have stated a goal that we'd like to see more housing. I understand that, some of the bigger projects can probably absorb the additional, the additional complexity or any of the additional requirements that the new ordinance would put on a larger company. But for a, kind of like a smaller project, can you sort of frame up for me the additional effort required?
So again, I don't think that the effort changes that drastically for a small project that is a discretionary project like a fourplex, mm-hmm. Because it is already required to do that process. So that's already happening as part of that review. So I don't see that in particular in that situation causing a significant change in processing time or costs. And I would also say with a ADU, for example, it's going to be part of making sure you have that on you're identifying the trees on your site plan, mm-hmm. And you are replacing either by planting another 15-gallon tree, let's say, to replace it, or payment of an in lieu fee. So
yeah. So it sounds like for like an ADU, it's the effort. I mean, there is some additional effort and costs above and beyond what is current. What about like a 100% affordable housing project? I'm thinking of a project similar to, what is it, on East Washington across from the library. How would this impact the ability of our partners who are trying to build affordable housing?
So oftentimes those projects are objective, they're subject to the objective standards in our ordinance. So the objective standards would require that there be a project arborist, which it does today, that is required that they identify the existing trees and the size of the trees on the site, and that they replace them or pay the in lieu fees as clearly outlined, depending on the trunk diameter being proposed for removal. So again, this ordinance doesn't say you can't remove the tree. It's trying to encourage thoughtful design to preserve trees when that is feasible. Some examples of this is we did have a project who had a lot of trees on the site, and they came in and their site plan showed basically a clear cut of all the trees on the site. And we said, well, wait a minute. There's a lot of lovely trees on the site. Understandably, you're not going to save all of them and build your housing development.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a shift there, but what are the largest or healthiest or kind of the nicest specimens, and can we save some of those and plan around? So it's codifying some of that encouragement to do that early on, but it's not drastically changing the process for those type of projects.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
The public weighed in quite heavily on that subdivision and that tree issue. I remember, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Councilmember Now?
Just real quick, the enforcement is mostly complaint driven. So in a neighborhood, you'll have a neighbor who's cutting down a tree, and then all of a sudden you're going to get phone calls. So how would I know if my neighbor did everything correctly in cutting down his tree?
So there's going to be hopefully you talk with your neighbor and they say, oh yeah, I got a permit and everything's good. But so if somebody called in a complaint and said, hey, my neighbor at 476 Western is cutting down, just cut down a tree, do they have a permit? I believe we also have an online permitting portal where somebody could also put the address in and see if there was a tree removal permit that had been issued for that property. So that is something that I believe neighbors can do to see if there's issued permits on their neighbor's property.
So I run that one through me one more time. You go to the website and there's a portal, or do you?
There's through, I'm forgetting what the permitting software is called. Intergov, thank you.
What is it?
That you can look up current permits issued based on an address.
Okay.
So theoretically, if your neighbor was doing it, you could get on there and you could say, oh yeah, they have a tree removal permit.
Well, I know when you're having a roofing done, the permit is like stapled to your garage door or the piece of wood by your house so that the neighbors all know. If you're having a fence put in, you don't know if your neighbor's gotten the permit. If they're getting a new water heater, you don't know. So I was just curious because people ask me all the time, did anybody ever get a permit? And I'm like, well, they're supposed to. But also when a swimming pool or anything is, the permit is actually on the property. So you can tell your neighbors that you got the permit. So I was just wondering if signage that permit had to be displayed.
So we did not, that's not part of the way we structured this ordinance, was not to post a notice of a tree removal permit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that roofing example, is that like labor law rather than city? Why would that be a thing? I mean, I know we're supposed to get heating and air conditioning permits to make sure that the heater is the right standards, but they're not publicly posted, so, yeah, okay.
We'd have to check and get back to the council. I'm not aware of that that's a local requirement. There are local jurisdictions that do have posting requirements for certain kinds of permits.
Thank you.
We probably have some of our
I'm
own.
not sure we could
It's
follow
not
up.
us, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember DeCarly?
And that is a common thing for tree removal permits in other municipalities too, that you have to post the permit on a fence. It's not universal, but it's common.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Do we know what percentage of trees are between 6 and 12 inches, or roughly how many trees that is in the city?
No, we do not.
Okay. How did we land on 6 inches?
We looked at a number of what different jurisdictions had done. For instance, the 4 inches in Fairfax, other people 6, other people more than that. And that was a recommendation that came out of the Tree Advisory Committee.
And then, pardon me, the funds that are, fees, fines, et cetera, where do those all go? And what do they get used for?
So the way the ordinance is written, they would go into an urban forestry account, and then that would be used for, obviously the permit fees are to pay for the review process, and then it could be used for tree planting efforts. It could be used for sometimes grant funding that's available, requires a local match, so it could be used for things like that around trees. It could be used for park planting or right-of-way replanting efforts.
Okay, so it would kind of stay within that realm and not just get dumped into general fund or something?
That's the objective, is to have it be collected and to be used on tree-related initiatives by the city.
Okay. And then kind of back to the ADU thing, let's say someone wanted to build an ADU in their backyard, and that's something the city's trying to encourage and, to help with housing, and say they have like 4 or 5 trees in the backyard and there's nowhere else to put them and they have to go. I mean, what sort of a cost does that look like roughly to the homeowner?
So the way it is currently proposed, as I mentioned, an individual property owner would have the option to plant replacement trees or to pay an in lieu fee, because obviously understanding when you're looking at individual single-family properties, you have limited space, especially if you're doing something like adding an additional housing unit on site. Your available space for trees is even less. So recognizing that and giving the option to pay the in lieu fee. We have not established the in lieu fee, the replacement in lieu fee. Typically, those are set as kind of the average cost of a replacement tree plus actually the installation of it. So it varies widely from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Some have it down more like $300 or $400, $500. Some jurisdictions have it up like over $2,000 for a replacement. So I think we were thinking something on the lower end of that, maybe $400 or $500 as the replacement, but open to feedback from the council on any initial response to those.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, even if you had just a few trees that had to be removed and you couldn't replant more, that could be probably over $1,000 easily to a homeowner. And, they're trying to do something the city's encouraging, but then at the same time, essentially getting penalized for it in a way. Do fruit trees count as a replacement tree, in those sort of situations or in any situation?
They could if they're the only time we have a specific list of trees, appropriate trees, is on our street tree list. So it just says that it's a 15-gallon specimen. It doesn't specify, like for somebody's backyard, it doesn't specify the type of tree required.
Okay. And what if somebody's in a situation of their insurance company is saying for fire risk, or whatever the case may be, you have to cut your tree down or something, or we're either going to drop you or raise your premium or.
So we did include language that covers that. And I think it's one of the approvals for the findings for approval of a tree removal permit does say that the tree has been deemed a hazard in writing by the fire department or insurance carrier. So that is an option. Also recognizing that sometimes, and I use myself as an example, I got a very scary letter from my homeowner's insurance saying you have to take your trees out. And I love my trees and I didn't want to take them out, but when they say we're going to cancel your insurance, it's a pretty intimidating approach. So I was able to work with an arborist to understand better, it doesn't actually have to be replaced if it is a certain distance from my roof overhangs, and work with somebody to come up with a solution so I didn't have to remove my tree and I was able to maintain my insurance. So hoping that some of the stuff with the consulting option that we would offer allows sometimes homeowners that maybe don't want to take those trees out, but they're trying to find a solution to have that as an option as well.
Okay, thank you. Patrick?
Yeah, Heather, if you want, the Urban Forest Management Plan did look at the size of a tree, so if we want to
perfect.
answer the question on that.
Yes.
It's not comprehensive in that it was looking mainly at trees in parks and street trees. But for the parks, it's about 37% of trees are less than 6 inches in diameter. And if you go up to 12, that's another 27%. So about half the trees in parks are less than 12 inches. And then for street trees, it doesn't break it out easily, but the graphic I'm looking at, it looks like about half the street trees are less than 6 inches in diameter. So
that's not including on private property.
Correct.
Sure.
That does not include.
No, but that's helpful to know. Thank you, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
And then, let's see, what's the criteria for determining what a nuisance tree is?
So the nuisance trees are those specific species that are included. I think there's
But I think it's broader than that, right? Because of the tree technical manual.
Right, so it's these species and as may be periodically modified in the city's tree technical manual.
Okay.
So
And
it could change over time.
Okay, and I'm curious about liquid ambers, and are those in the manual as a nuisance tree, or are they considered one?
Councilmember Shribs would be the one to answer that. It's not on the list that we're proposing because the thought behind the nuisance tree list is these are trees that are a problem in Petaluma and should be removed, and people shouldn't have to ask because they're invasive. Liquid amber is not invasive, and there are some beautiful examples of liquid ambers all over town. And if people could remove those without a permit, we could potentially lose a lot of trees. Like those are some of the big trees that we're trying to keep.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are very nice trees, but I mean, there was a time where I think the city was handing them out to people and encouraging them to be planted in sidewalks. And we have a bad situation now with our sidewalks and retaining walls and other areas where the roots have stayed very shallow. And that's a big problem, sidewalks in Petaluma. And so to me, a tree that does that is somewhat of a nuisance. They are nice trees, but.
Yeah, part of that is just because of the timing of when they were a popular tree to plant, that there are so many big old ones around. And right now it's red maple. Red maple does the same thing. It's still not on our nuisance list. In 20 years, people are going to be cursing red maple the same way that they curse liquid amber today. And even crepe myrtles, their roots, because we worked on the street tree inventory in Petaluma, there's examples of like pretty small crepe myrtles in Petaluma that are lifting sidewalks. So just because a tree has roots that can lift a sidewalk, I mean, there are also lots of examples of liquid ambers in Petaluma where their roots are not lifting the sidewalk. They're just a lot of big old liquid ambers and some of their roots are causing some damage. Like that's not, we didn't see that as a reason that people should be allowed to remove them without a permit. It might be a reason that they could get a permit if those roots are damaging the sidewalk and there's no way to reasonably fix the sidewalk and keep the tree healthy and stable. They might be able to remove it, but they shouldn't be able to remove it just because they're worried that their liquid amber might damage the sidewalk. They should have to ask somebody.
Okay. Well, I mean, it could be looked at too as, the city's already requiring and forcing you to pay for a new sidewalk. And then on top of that, now you have to pay for permits for it. And it's, it becomes a big cost to homeowners.
Yeah, and I mean, you already need a permit to remove a street tree. That's not changing. That's an existing ordinance.
Okay. And then, let's see, I think my last question, is around, so in the ordinance, there's language about, prosecuting people, misdemeanors, things like that. What sort of laws would the city be referencing to do those sorts of things?
Our code. Those penalties are available by the authority of the council adopting the legislation, and it would authorize those enforcement actions. And, the focus of our code enforcement activity is always compliance. So we always seek voluntary compliance first and look for what are appropriate measures. Misdemeanor prosecutions bring jury trial rights, and that's not something we're eager to get embroiled in or subject our residents to. Those are just, it's a menu of options to make sure that the regulations are enforceable and staff have the tools they need to ensure that the will of the council in enacting the legislation is being carried out.
Okay. No, I would hope misdemeanors isn't the direction we want to go. But I guess one of my concern is probably most of the population isn't even aware of the current ordinance, let alone the coming one. And so I think probably see the case quite a bit, or at least with smaller trees, you see people taking it upon themselves to just cut them down because they think they can. And it talks about the first offense being a misdemeanor or fines, or, people just aren't going to know, and it's going to be an innocent mistake.
Well, anytime we provide legislative updates, the council enacts new legislative changes, we almost always see that it's a good idea to do information outreach to the community, whether it's parking or, building code changes or whatever. It's just, and we've done it with mobile home regulations. There's lots of information on the website about that. I think this is a great example of something that we'd want to work with the communications team to get information out there. As you've heard tonight, as the council has heard from staff, the changes actually are not all that extensive in comparison with the existing regulations. There are added remedies. There's a lot better harmonizations to eliminate existing conflicts, and what I would say is that the main protections are for single removals and street trees, to provide clarity about those. So, it's always a good idea, again, with the focus being on compliance, for us to share information. So that's even a constitutional standard. Does the public have a chance to be aware of the requirements so they can voluntarily choose to comply with them? So that's always very desirable, and something, staff make a point of doing for new programs like this.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on a couple points from right there, if someone built an ADU and took a tree down, would you allow a street tree to be the in lieu tree in front of their own property? Is that administrative or whatever? Rather than enter into the in lieu thing, do you always have that latitude?
I think if we can take the fee, I would think we could have that latitude. But we hadn't thought about it through that, to be honest with you, Mayor. I don't think it precludes that, but interesting perspective.
Well, this whole thing has got like the what if all over it. I mean, there's no end to the combinations. The other one I was thinking about, well, if there's a sidewalk that pushes up and, it's got a villainous tree there. Do you charge an encroachment permit and a tree permit? Do you send out someone, or can you check on, Street View, Google Street View, and say, I don't need a permit if the sidewalk is what it looks like on Street View?
To use some of the, yeah. Well, I think some of that could be as I think one of the responses was about the desk review and to look at the information that's provided. That's one of the reasons why we would really encourage, as part of the application submittal, for people to turn in pictures, submit pictures of what's going on, not just a permit sheet, right? To have options for them to.
Permit should say photos as necessary.
Yeah, exactly. So if we are able to look at things and make a determination based on that, that's an option and would keep the time and the costs down. So we will provide as much opportunity for the applicant to provide that information with the application.
So when we talk fees, I think you were saying that there's a split between things that take field view, things that come with encroachment permit. You get the tree permit for free if it's not a large, where it's going to get complicated.
So that's one of the reasons why we're looking at the site visit being kind of an add-on. So not everyone has to pay for it if they don't need it. If we have the information to review and make a recommendation based on the information provided without going out into the site, versus if a site visit is required. Also looking, when we're looking at the encroachment permit and the tree removal permit, are there reductions in either of those fees that we can look for to reduce the overall costs?
You mentioned pre-application site consults, and I'm wondering if you had intended that as a free service.
No.
No. Different than building, where you come in and you can have your
so
review.
it would, I mean, no, it would not be free. It would be the consulting arborist going out to do a site visit. So it's recovering that. Although if you did that, there's likely not going to be a requirement for a site visit as part of your application fee. So it's not free. It's being looked at as a cost just to cover the expense of that site visit.
And I would add to that that's sort of based on how I do it in Sebastopol, because I review these applications for other municipalities. And we've just sort of come to that arrangement where if someone wants to know if it's even feasible for them to get a permit, they'll have me come out first before they even apply for one, and they'll pay for that initial visit, and I'll go out and look at it and tell them yeah or no, kind of right there on the spot. And from there, they can either save themselves the hassle of applying for a permit that's just going to get denied, or they apply for it, and then I don't have to go back out that second time. So it's,
what's that fee? Sebastopol?
$250.
Yeah, we've got it proposed for $250.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just distracted the line here. Councilwoman Gator Thompson?
I don't really have a lot of questions, but I do want to know about existing fruit trees that people plant in front as trees in front of their house, but on actually a street tree.
So in the public right-of-way?
In the public right-of-way.
The way it reads now is any tree over 6 inches would be the removal process for a street tree.
Well, any street tree, I believe.
Okay, I'm just curious with like a fruit tree as an example, when all the fruit drops and somebody chooses not to pick them up, what is the recourse? Is there any recourse in the codes today?
So, for instance, a plum tree is considered a nuisance species if it was causing a hazard On the sidewalk, that would be an enforcement under requirements for maintaining
Okay.
the tree and the sidewalk and the non-hazardous condition in front of your house.
Okay. I don't really have any questions. I've read this pretty thoroughly and it was well done.
Okay, Councilmember Barnacle?
Just one thing. I think in the planning commission that we waffled back and forth on the 12 to 6, and the big thing that was driving it, as Councilmember Shrib said, was public safety, and that when you get to a 12-inch tree, that's when the potential for personal injury, property and damage, things like that, starts to become more of an issue. And we didn't want to create like 8-inch and 6-inch, you know, and just like one standard. And that was the sort of rationale for it.
Thank you. Did you have another question? Okay.
Dan, you mentioned that Sebastopol is $250 to go out and basically consult. And I think that was on your slide, Heather, that roughly we were talking $250. I mean, you know, it's not a penalty, it's just a consultation thing. And I think if you want to encourage people to have someone come out and look, I think it should be much more reasonable, because I think we're talking about having arborists locally go check it, and it's probably a pretty short drive for them. Maybe as much as, you know, a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes to look at a tree and determine whatever you have to. So, I mean, it's a very short amount of time, and it's kind of a lot of money for that, you know, just to have someone come out and look. So I think it would incentivize people more to have a much lesser fee, you know, that's more reasonable. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but
I think we're going to have a longer discussion on fees at a time certain here, and that's going to be something we're needing to talk about.
okay, at what point do we have a conversation like that?
Do we have a date in mind for review of schedule fee?
When that will come back?
Fee schedule.
Well, the idea would be we would have that coming back before the ordinance goes into effect, so within 30 days after second reading.
And is that on our agenda to be bringing a fee schedule conversation
It's
in?
only related to trees, but it's not agendized yet.
Well, so that's the coordinated
Yeah.
requirement there.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody else in eye to eye? I'm going to jump in for a minute. Why don't you jump in?
I just wanted to piggyback off of Councilmember or Vice Mayor DeCurley. It's a question. I think it's because we don't have an arborist on staff, so they have to be outsourced. So that's where the cost comes in. As a homeowner of a 60-year-old plus red maple that was planted when the house was built and has grown, it's so expensive to maintain. I usually get 3 estimates from local, certified, insured, bonded, everything my father expects of me as a homeowner to ask for, and they will give me an estimate for whatever they need to do, whether it needs to. I've had wires put so it didn't split. I've had limbs trimmed off the top, off the side for, you know, so it doesn't touch the roof. Does the city look, if I was to really drastically change it, would an arborist estimate, would that work for the city instead of having an outsourced arborist?
Do you mean, could you submit your own privately hired arborist report as opposed to having the consulting arborist go out and look at the site? Is that what the question is?
Yeah, the like Sonoma Marin is who I use, but I always get 2 other estimates. They do not even charge for those estimates for any tree. Like there was an oak tree in the front yard that was next to the sidewalk that was encroaching the street lamp. So we needed to trim it down. It's not on my property, it's on the neighbor's. You have a free estimate that the arborist gives the homeowner. Would that work?
Well, yeah, and for regular pruning and of your trees, there's no permit required.
But if my neighbor wanted to have it removed, if he wanted to remove it for some reason, he would get those estimates and they're free. Does the city accept those estimates and the diagram of what the arborist says needs to be done to remove it?
It would depend on, I can't answer it like across the board, but if that arborist, whatever you have from your private arborist, responds to, includes pictures, includes rationale, and responds to the findings for removal of a tree, and that is submitted with the tree removal permit, that could be considered.
Okay. So does that help, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, well, that makes me think of another question, or comment at least. What if that were the case, that tree service comes out, does a free estimate, sends something to the city? I mean, it's a big difference between $0 and $250.
Well, so the $250 is a service. It's not required. It's a pre-application. So if somebody doesn't want to hire an arborist, they could have the city's consulting arborist come out and talk to them about what's going on with their tree. What are they looking to do? What's the challenge they are facing? That kind of thing. If somebody, there's a difference between just a cost estimate of tree removal and an arborist report evaluating the tree. So if it's just a cost removal to remove it, that's not going to help us evaluate the tree removal permit findings. If it is an arborist report that says, oh, this tree has, I'm not an arborist, so, it has like a health issue, I'm going to hand it over to Ben.
Can I ask a question, please?
Let's roll some of these questions into one.
What's the difference between an arborist and, is it tree service, are they an arborist?
Yeah, they might employ a certified arborist. So usually what people mean is a certified arborist, which is someone that holds a certification from ISA. An arborist, anybody can call themselves an arborist, but you have to be a certified arborist to actually say that, and then you've taken a test.
Right, and so if somebody was going to hand you something from an arborist, you want to make sure it was a certified arborist, correct?
Yeah, and a lot of times people will put a fake number on there or an expired number, but that really shouldn't come into play. So the whole idea is that when someone applies, the way that we're imagining this, we have listed the findings of approval. So someone, as part of their application, will indicate which finding they think they meet, and then they're going to provide evidence for that. And then that application, staff will look at it, review it, see that it's complete, and forward it to currently the consulting arborist that's on contract with the city, or maybe someday the urban forester that's on staff. They'll look at that, and if it's a really nice, complete package, they might not have to go and look at the tree, and that's the desk review. And then the fee is just the same as a fee for like a sign or a fence. Really as basic as like those fees can get. If it's not, and the application is not complete, or it's like a fuzzy situation where someone is saying that a tree is diseased, but the pictures don't really show it and it requires a field visit, then that's what has to happen next. And that's when someone that's qualified goes out and looks at it. But if someone that's really qualified, like Sonoma Marin, has put together some sort of documentation that clearly shows what the issue is, and they've got like good credentials and a good reputation, then whoever is reviewing that is going to see it and be able to trust that. But if it's Joe Schmo's tree service that has a bad reputation and is known for exaggerating things, and they say, yeah, this tree is dead, and you see a picture where there's like green leaves in it, and you're like, well, no, it's not, and I guess I have to go and look at this tree. And sometimes when I do that, I'll find something that they didn't even know was wrong with it, and it does need to come out. Or I'll see the thing that they were worried about is not a real thing. I don't know if that helps things at all, but.
Okay. Yeah, I just wonder how viable a service it is if somebody who's qualified can say like, okay, well the city charges $250 for this, we can do this for something much more competitive.
Oh, it always comes down to the city's say. So even if someone does it for less and they submit that application, that goes in front of either the consulting arborist or hopefully eventually the city's urban forester. And they look at it with their critical eye, and they're the one that makes the call. It's not because they paid someone to say something, they're going to get to remove it.
Okay. It does touch on one of my concerns is like the added costs we're having in different venues. I really have no concern about what we call development, where there's a new facility. They should be that should be part of the package of the plan of what you're doing, even if development's an ADU. I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars you're going to be able to do that. I worry about the single residential, and so I'll come back to that point. But we haven't talked about is the built commercial space. Trees that are getting pruned, they're not in the exemption for residential. We're talking about they're not in new development. They're just pruning. Could you talk about what happens on regular residential regular commercial, built commercial that wants to remove? We have some horror photos right now of North McDowell, and I'm wondering what should have been the course for them, or what will this mean to them?
So if it's a street tree, then it's the same process. If it's a commercial with no, if it's pruning, there is no permit requirement.
Or encroachment.
Oh, right, encroachment, there's no encroachment if it's on the property and it's pruning. If it's a street tree, then there is a requirement for an encroachment permit because you are doing work.
Right, yeah. Those are mostly all street trees that we're looking at in that case. But the ordinance covers all trees one way or another, so it's good in that regard. That would be the questions I have. Now I'll go back into comments at a soon point. Councilmember Shribs.
Just adding a couple questions here. There's some flex in here. First one is, assuming this is going to move forward, and then we have to work on probably rewriting the technical tree manual a little bit, and then do some other modifications. About when, if everything goes well, about when does this come into play? Are we talking about weeks, months, or a year from now that we actually start receiving the permits?
No, they would be start coming in the date that the ordinance becomes effective. The permit requirement would be there.
Okay, so is this the date it is today, or is it going to be a second reading?
There's a second reading, and then it's 30 days after the second reading.
So we're talking about 2 months, maybe.
Yeah.
That this goes into play. And is the city, are we ready to restart receiving permits?
We will be by the time 30 days after the second reading.
good.
I mean, we've done a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. We have not created the application form itself. We have not, put it into InterGov, those kind of things. So those are the things we will
Because I know my neighbor
working
wants to
on.
cut down the tree now, so he doesn't have to worry about it if he does it in the next 2 months. Okay, that's one thing to check in. Just for flexibility for whether we have to do it now or we can do this later. Because I know Bill Reinhardt gave us some recommendations talking about, because 15-gallon trees are like, okay, it's been the fifth standard a lot, but box trees as applicable for replacements versus just 15 gallons. So he had some recommendations in there. So do we have to work on that today, or can we wait until we talk about fees and work on whether or not to change that and add in the box trees as replacement values?
No, that's part of tonight's action that we'll need to discuss if there's a change. If the council would like to see a change to how it is currently written, that would be part of.
Okay, because the difference for me, because I know up to 15-gallon trees, it's the actual height of the tree, and so the folks that are nurseries, like I ran my nursery, and it's the height. So they make the trees really thin and really tall, and that's a 15-gallon tree, which is only maybe 1 inch diameter, versus box trees, which have a lot longer time, thicker trunks, and it's by the size of the box. And basically an overall size of the tree versus just the height of the tree, because it's all specimen based. So the question is, Can we add that in? And if we do it tonight, is there a way of getting, like what Bill Reinhardt wrote in? Can we get those recommendations in tonight, or is that, how flexible are we in writing it up?
Yeah, staff will be available to incorporate any modifications that the council wants to ask as part of the motion for amendment, modifications to what is proposed, such as that section. And I would imagine it would be part of conversation with the council when you bring it back up for conversation.
I'd love to hear from Ben on the exact, his opinion about whether to start thinking in that, not just 15-gallon tree.
Yeah. So the background on that, in case anybody didn't see those comments, is that as it's written, we're really promoting 15-gallon trees. And if people want to plant larger than that, they can. But we're trying to maximize the number of trees that are being replaced. Where like in Bill's recommendation, I think he had some large container size, a 36-inch box counting for 10 trees. Where if you think in like tree timelines, if we look 40 years into the future, that's the difference between, the size difference goes away. And we've got one tree versus 10 trees. So we're really more focused on getting as many trees as possible. And he also makes the comment that it's not true that the smaller trees establish faster. And it is true in my experience. It's also true in the scientific literature. They've done studies on this through ISA and through Ed Gilman, who's like a prolific researcher in our field, that smaller container sizes establish more quickly, and that those differences in establishment period are exaggerated by harsh conditions. So like especially street trees and trees that we're planting in a drought with water restrictions, those smaller trees are going to be more successful. And the difference between their sizes does, in my experience again, and in the literature, disappear over the course of the first few years of the tree's life. So you can spend 3 times as much, 10 times as much on a bigger container size and get one tree, or you can spend like a fraction of the cost and get many more trees that are more likely to be successful, and 50 years from now, you get way more trees. So that's the thought process that's behind that, like focus on smaller trees.
Okay, I just want to see if there's any flexibility, because I know like developers may want to put in some larger specimen trees in replacements. If it's a larger property and they're in the developing. So I think that's it, just as long as staff can consider that in the process.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be in the ordinance, but it could be in staff's, can look at recommendations and say, oh, that's a good idea.
And actually, that's going to be our decision point tonight.
Yeah.
Your discretion or your ability to be persuasive.
Right. And the other one was on is there any flexibility on, because you basically are adding in an encroachment and a tree removal permit together for $381 per tree. And I'm thinking a single 7-inch tree that could be taken down by a landscaper in less than an hour might only charge $200 to take it down. And yet that may require a $381 fee to the city to take down a 7-inch tree. Is there any flexibility that, if it's a smaller single tree, that there is some flexibility if it's being done quickly and that we really don't need that much of a fee?
Well, I pass to Heather in a sec, but that probably doesn't need an encroachment permit, because you only need an encroachment permit when you're blocking the street. And if it's a really small tree, they might not, especially like a landscaper is not going to have a big truck that usually it's going to fit in a driveway. And that sounds like a desk review that's not going to require a field visit. So it's going to be the same. It's going to be a pretty minimal permit fee for a tree like that, but maybe it could be even lower. I don't know.
And that's great feedback, and we can look at those ways that we can keep that fee as low as we can and cover costs associated with the review.
So I want to encourage the homeowners to make the applications, or the landscapers who are doing this work, because if it's $381 to make an application, then it's going to be an automatic fee right from the get-go. They're going to, no way I'm ever going to do that. So we need to have some sort of fee structure so that if it's a necessary thing and it's being done, it's small and it's done quickly, that cost is there to encourage people. And if they want to have help, they can get help. So anyway, I just would recommend some flexibility on that fee schedule based on the size or quantity of the trees being removed. as a concept? Is that, can we get that in there?
I mean, it's not in the ordinance.
Yeah, we'll decide that, but I was asking, can we do that? Okay, good, then it's up to the council whether we want to do that or not. Okay, good, thank you. Okay, those are the three questions I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Gator Thompson.
Quick comment back on the box trees, because I called Bill and we had this conversation, and I basically came up, I felt the same as staff does, that you actually get more trees, so in the long term, you're going to get a better coverage than having 10 trees versus 20 trees. So.
Yeah, we're drifting into comments, but I'll want to pick up that ball and run with it when we come back up here as well. So, good. Let's go to public comment. Will you take it away, please?
We did receive 25 public comments on this item, and those are posted on the website. And I have received 2 cards, but if anyone else would like to submit a comment, why don't I start a 30-second clock?
I don't remember.
I mean, that's how the current ordinance reads.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, ready to go. Our first speaker is Nina Zito. Our second speaker is Charlie Little.
Thank you, council members. And such a lot of work has gone into this. What strikes me is there's no mention of the impacts of removing these trees on the people who have to live around the removal. And I really appreciated Councilmember Now's question about, well, notification. And it feels to me if we're going to have an extremely machinery-intensive, polluting, noisy, disruptive, because many of us work from home, process, that the public needs to be prospectively notified. Hey, got a tree, it's coming out, FYI. It's a really kind of curious omission from a city which lists as among its primary goals like empathy. Give me some empathy. I'm trying to do some work. I'm trying to sleep. We can fix this. And maybe, anyway, please give that some thought somehow.
Thank you. Charles Little, to be followed by Eric Leland.
I can make this quite brief. I'm Charles Little. I'm a retired school teacher and a historian. I think the most wonderful thing about what you folks, I hope, are about to do is that you are elevating trees and the tree canopy in our town of Petaluma to the elevation of it. I get a little excited sometimes about trees. You're making it part of the infrastructure of the town. We're recognizing that Petaluma feels that trees are really important, and we want to keep them. We want to keep the ones that were already here because they're important. These guys have put together a really great program, a great ordinance. I certainly hope you pass it. But I think the overarching thing is this business that we're raising trees up to a very important thing in our town. And that's wonderful. I just occurred to me tonight when I was listening to the discussion. I hadn't thought of that part of it before. It's kind of a second thought. Trees are kind of a second thought a lot of the time. But here they are. Here we are. We're raising it up to like streets or anything else. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Eric Leland, to be followed by Wendy Jacobs.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a big +1 to many neighbors, including Charles, thank you, taking the time to submit supportive comments for protecting tree canopy in Petaluma for many years, and this has been going on for a long time in multiple committees and commissions and public meetings and community meetings as well, so just thank the whole community. working to protect our neighborhood trees has been, really quite unifying experience over the past several years. And there's been a lot of things that haven't been unifying in town. This is not one of them. It's very unifying. The founding of Relief Petaluma came together with a bunch of folks with divergent views on some issues, but we came together on trees, and catalyzed hundreds of volunteers to turn out at planting events, community meetings, and here at City Council and other committees and commissions. City Council and staff have regularly participated in all kinds of tree events, tree plantings, some of the community events where we just gathered to talk about trees. Neighbors have found common cause all over the place, residential tree program, for instance. I think we're all coming together on the benefits of trees, the beauty of trees, the environmental and health positive consequences of trees. I just think that's a great thing. It's been a long time coming. I really appreciate all of your work here and all of the community as well. I urge you to support the updated ordinance language. It's been a long time coming, so thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker, Wendy Jacobs.
Thank you. Wendy Jacobs speaking for Relief Petaluma. We are really looking forward to a 21st century tree protection ordinance for Petaluma that aligns with climate and general plan priorities, restores consistency, clarity, and enforcement, protects important community resilience from unnecessary destruction, provides much greater community benefits to offset some of the long-term negative effects of development and redevelopment. I will say we're very sympathetic to the desire for fast solutions, but Relief does support the 15-gallon tree replacements for best results. More trees mean more long-term survivors. Relief is very happy to work with the city on long-term funding solutions for our investment in the urban forest. Thank you, Council and City Manager, for your leadership on this challenging issue. Thank you, Mr. Danley. Thank you, Patrick Carter. Thank you very much, Heather and Ben.
And thank Relief. And that closes public comment for the night. I would like to ask first, staff would like to take a minute to reply. Is there a notification of neighbors that can be linked into a permit issue?
There is not, as this is currently set up, there is not a notification of neighbors of a tree removal occurring. I'm trying to think, and I don't know what the standard procedure for a building permit. Oftentimes with development, like entitlement, large development review projects, there perhaps is, in some situation, there will be a condition of approval that notification happened, but I don't know that there is for individual building permits.
I would just say other jurisdictions have required the person removing the tree to put the permit up like 10 days or 2 weeks before they do so, and large enough that and on the tree so people can see the permit. So that might be a.
Can we address this by just saying that's direction to do something about notification?
That's a little vague for an ordinance adoption, Mr. Mayor.
I meant direction to staff on developing the format.
Well, but
the tree permit's going to come up as a.
This is for the council to take legislative action tonight that we can't substantively change at the second reading. So,
but the tree application or tree permit,
right? It could be practice of implementing the ordinance and not a requirement in the ordinance. The other thing I would say is that works with a street tree. It doesn't work with a backyard tree.
I would also, so just a case study, Yountville recently updated theirs because like a tree was removed and there was no public notice and people really panicked about it because it was a high visibility tree, and they sort of knee-jerk updated their ordinance so that it required mailing a notice to every neighbor within several hundred feet of the home, which was really arduous and caused like more public input than they would have normally gotten. And they're really, we're updating the full ordinance
Right.
now, and
Okay.
we're gonna dial that back. So ideally, it's just going to be a posting on the front.
Let me swing down to Councilmember Quinn.
Yeah, I guess to play devil's advocate, I mean, to the point that Councilmember Shribs was making earlier, I think we want to encourage people to get permits. And so I think if we make, for a standard tree removal, if we have arduous notification requirements, that could be enough to push people away from getting the permit.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, having been on here when we put this on, I feel like Councilmember Shribs was on the council when he was on, but he was on the tree committee when this came, and it was him driving it, so thank you. I strongly support what we have here. I'm a big fan of 15-gallon trees. We want 10,000 trees. That doesn't come from a bunch of $2,000 boxes. It comes from a bunch of $150 15-gallon trees. I'm wearing my green shirt in solidarity. I got the memo last week, so thank you. I got my tree in my front yard. I love it. And I'll just say, like, this is here because of us, not because of some state mandate. This is something that the council set this goal, and staff did the best they could, as we saw in the slides of going through workshop after workshop and public hearing. And this is here after multiple people have poured over this. And as my father says, well done is better than well said. And this is where the rubber meets the road. We absolutely want people to pull permits, and we absolutely don't want people to be willy-nilly cutting down trees. So I don't want to have noticing requirements that makes it arduous and they don't do it. I also don't want to create a situation where we undervalue the cost of a permit, and it doesn't have the intended effect. Hopefully we don't see a lot of tree replacement permits coming, right? Like, all of these what ifs are hopefully a bunch of edge cases that are going to be handled by professionals. If we start to see something bubble up, we can change it. Yountville, I'm sure they're going to be changing their noticing requirements because it only takes a couple of bad examples. I think the one thing I will say here is an exemption for care customers. If someone says, I'm on the low income tariff at PG&E, paying, maybe they can pay for the permit, but the replacement tree or something like that, for a real financial hardship, or for someone where they're having to choose between, eating and heating and things like that. Like, I don't want to create another hardship on people. And so I'm all for exempting, folks who don't have the financial means from having to pay for replacement trees and even for a permit, because it's not going to be that much. And it's going to be an extreme edge case, I'm sure. But we have a goal to install, put 10,000 trees in the ground. And that's not going to happen by, if that's our goal, then this ordinance is helping us to achieve that goal. And it doesn't help us to start watering it down for a bunch of what ifs and ifs and buts and this and that. That really is, as grounded in reality as the other thing that we might go to, right? And so I hope that we move this forward with, hopefully some sort of an exemption if someone can, demonstrate a financial hardship. And that would be my, it's not a motion because I know there's going to be other people commenting on it, but, I'm passionate about this because this came from us, right? This isn't some state mandate, and our staff worked on it. Relief's done amazing stuff. Our school district, our school board has all, been really supportive of this. The community's come together around this, and like for us to get all in our heads and wound around the axle on something, like it feels like we're making this more complicated than we need to. And I know that we haven't had the discussion yet, but by way of the conversation and the line of questions, I have a feeling that folks are really wrapped around the axle on some certain things, and I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I agree. I support the 15-gallon tree and an exemption, and I think staff and relief and the community has done an amazing job. I mean, I read this thing 3 times because I really needed to understand what was in this ordinance. And I think everything is what we really want for this community. I mean, I just give my example. 10 or 11 years ago, Jerry started an acorn of a black oak, and it is a beautiful tree now in our front yard. And the circumference it's 11 inches. I mean, it's a beautiful tree. And fortunately, I will be dead before it has to, before it gets huge. But I mean, it's amazing. And we also had redwood trees that the kids brought home, little saplings, and we had to take out 5 of them because they completely destroyed the fence line. But we kept the heritage one, and we augmented the fence so it would be protected. And I have it trimmed every 10 years. And that's just an obligation that we do because this tree is just an amazing tree. And the schools don't give out little saplings anymore. And I think that was a lesson to be learned. But I think this ordinance is really well written, and kudos to everybody that worked on it, and I'm ready to move on it.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarly.
I do have one more question about, I know there's an exemption for trees near power lines, things like that, but what about, I think we've all seen PG&E in recent years going around and just flat topping things and really cutting trees to a point where it's just like, what did you do to it? I mean, is there anything that, I understand the safety aspect there, but I mean, is there anything that this ordinance can do to protect against some of that?
Public Works has been working with PG&E to try to, and I don't think anyone is here from Public Works, to try to establish more of a agreed upon process so PG&E doesn't can remove or cut trees without our approval for protection of their lines. We have fallen into an agreement with PG&E that they will at least notify the city prior to the work being done. So we are trying to work with them as much as we can to avoid those circumstances, but we have some limited control.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we will continue to try to continue that, grow that relationship and that communication.
Okay, good. So it's being addressed. Okay. Well, no, I mean, and I've seen, quite a few trees get cut down around town that were very old, nice, big, native trees, and that's the kind of thing that's bothered me, and so I am glad that we are strengthening a lot of the language in the ordinance and in the code. My only concern with it is that, I think a lot of this is defensive language, to prohibit people from cutting trees down or making them replace stuff, and not, on the offense where it's like, let's incentivize and encourage people to plant. And I think in that regard, we might meet our tree goals, much, much more if we're incentivizing people instead of making them nervous that they're going to get penalized in some way or another. But, I think a big part of our heritage is our 19th century town, and we have to remember that what complements the beauty of our town are a lot of the trees that are just as old or older. And so, I'm happy that we're going to be protecting those trees and other native trees that are much younger to give them the opportunity to get to that size and that age.
Yes.
Just in response to that, Vice Mayor, complete acknowledgement that a robust tree program is not just a tree preservation ordinance. So there is the other part of that, which is the incentives and the tree planting and the working with our community partners like Relief to go out and incentivize. Perhaps there will be a time when we'll have a nest egg in that urban forestry account where we can say, hey, you want a street tree, street trees on the city, or those kind of things. So that is not lost on staff, that there are multiple pieces to a robust tree program citywide. This is one piece of it, and we will not ignore that other piece of it and look to see that continue to grow, and especially with partnerships with Relief and other community partners.
Okay, no, that's encouraging to hear, because I know Relief works hard to get trees in around town, and the tree committee too, so good.
Yeah, I think this represents a pivotal time. We've said tree protection ordinance, and that's great, but several years back, my neighbor wanted to put in street trees, and the process was a very not positive experience. The process and city oversight for street trees was burdensome. Relief just did 1,000 street trees. I don't know. I mean, a big number of street trees. It's pivotal where we are right now on this, and that's a very good place. It aligns strongly with climate. I don't know if we said it. I think I don't know if we can say it enough times. And on some of the things we do for climate, it's leadership. It's a symbol. It may not be perfect, and so sometimes you have to be a little bold and step for things. My worry is whether this one had overreach in it, in that the burden of the fees, which we still are going to have to sort out exactly fees, whether that is counterproductive to the goals, and whether there's community backlash for what otherwise should be an inspirationally good thing. I like listening to the decision between 6 and 12-inch, and that being based on people's individual safety. That's not about the tree anymore. That's about the intelligence of the community, and that's not what the ordinance should be about. The ordinance should be sticking to the tree issues. So I would love to see last week, right before the planning commission, I met with Wendy and Diane and said, tell me about the ordinance. And they said 12-inch, was something that Relief could live with. And then, when you watch the final episode at about this time last Tuesday night, 10 o'clock, and it was like, no, we pivoted and we went to the 6-inch. And I'd love to see us still be at 12-inch because of the potential to have overreach where people are not supportive of this when it's their tree. When it's other people's trees, of course we make that statement, but when it's our tree and the burden of fees on us, we view it differently. I would love to see bigger box trees in the subdivision context because they serve a different purpose in a subdivision. There is a place for larger tree, and there should be some credit for it. And I agree on the count is important too, but but often in subdivision you're already in multiple count for replacement anyways, and the 2-inch versus whatever side 2-inch credit on your diameter trees gets you more trees. So I think there's a place for a larger tree, but I do agree with the hardship. Though thinking about this in terms of landowners and privilege, I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of applications for hardship. But having a safety net is never a bad thing, and so those are my thoughts on it. I'm glad we're here at this date. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, and I agree with my council members to my right over here have already spoken. I'm ready to move forward with this. Back to one of our public comments was about loud, disturbance of equipment, especially tree removal equipment, because there's the what do you call it when you put the tree in to get the mulcher? Thank you. It's almost 10 o'clock. Okay, so the mulching really is loud, and I remember just having my tree trimmed and that wire put in, and they were there 8 men for probably 8 hours. Luckily, I have good neighbors, and I talked to all of them. So just to remind the public, our sound ordinance is 10 to 10. 10 in the morning to 10 at night?
No, I think it's 7 a.m. to,
Oh, they can start that early?
yeah, I believe the noise ordinance starts at 7 a.m. We'll have to look.
We'll look it up in the
Yeah.
background. I don't remember
okay,
the times.
Okay, only because I know if I was trying to sleep in and my neighbor was mulching a tree next door at 7 in the morning. Wow, I'm retired. I forget what people's get up that early. The equipment if the hours could come back, and I know we probably wouldn't be mulching after dark. So anyway, I think a lot of the historic trees were planted by probably Mr. McNear's wife back in the 1800s on D Street. And I talked to someone who had bought a heritage home on Keller Street, and they said they bought the history of that tree being planted. They know they have sidewalk conditions to deal with around that tree, but they said the tree came with the house, and it's going to have expenses along with the sidewalk. And so anyway, I just want to put that plug in there that people know that when they buy a home with a street tree that was planted probably by a mayor's wife back in the 1800s, that it's probably going to have to be, or early 1900s, it's going to have some extra care and expense. So anyway, thank you for everyone who had anything to do with this. It's a long read. I did not read it 3 times. I read it once and highlighted, but thank you.
Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. I just want to echo all of the accolades and the thank yous for our Relief Petaluma. I personally benefited from a relief tree right in the middle of my front yard. I'm grateful for it. I drive by or bike by or walk by Del Oro Park every day, and it has a bunch of relief trees planted in it. And you see that all over town. And it absolutely makes our town better. It makes it will go a long way for helping our climate, and I'm excited to support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, long time coming. I've been working with trees now. I started the nursery more than 20 years ago now. So I've been growing trees and worked with Relief at the beginning, get that going. Was on the tree committee for like 10 years, chair of that for maybe, I think, like 6 or 8 of those years. So I'm all for this. I'm really glad we're finally here making this happen. So this is like a bucket list item for me, making this happen. So I'm very much in favor of moving forward with what we already have, which is a very robust, very extensive, comprehensive ordinance right now. And there's always staff, even in the permit process, staff there's always a little flexibility that can kind of negotiate, move around if it comes down to either fines and fees, also to, replacement trees, about what type of quantity. There is staff has flexibility in the process, not done in stone. So knowing that, I'm happy to leave it up to staff for that, whatever those details, the flexibilities. We'll work on the fines maybe next time coming in here, fines and fees. But I'm all fully supportive of this whole process. The 6 inches, I probably would have gone for maybe 8 inches, but I said, no, 6 inches is just fine. That's a good starting point. If we need to back it up later, let's back it up after we see how the public responds and make sure that the process works. I want to get this working, and I want it in play, make it happen now. And then if we need to modify it, we can modify it later. But I'm all for making this happen right now, tonight, as is. Thank you. And I'll make the motion to move it at this point, unless you have something else to add.
But before we do that, I would like you to make the motion, but out of respect, but I'm going to hold off asking you to do that until we bring it back to staff and the 1 or 2 items that we were talking about amending. And Councilmember Barnacle, are you and staff on a wavelength here?
Yeah, on the 17.070 tree replacement, A, it says all removals approved but not associated with a development project shall be replaced at a ratio of 1 tree per 12 inches of trunk diameter or portion thereof. The applicant may plant replacement trees on site or pay the applicable in lieu fee or a combination of the two to fully satisfy the requirement. Could we add a sentence after that that says, this requirement may be waived if an applicant can demonstrate a financial hardship?
Eric and I were noodling about that, about the exemption, and thinking it might be good to work it in when we bring the fees back, to build in some exemption from in lieu fee or permit fee for financial hardships.
That's perfect too. I didn't know whether we could do the replacement and the permit together, but that works for me.
Wonderful. And I think you also had something about garage ADU.
I would like to suggest that we add a new 17070B that says all tree removals associated with a development permit. And if you go back to the definition of development permit, that's a building permit. On a privately owned parcel that is developed with an existing single-family residence shall be replaced at a ratio of 1 tree, minimum 15 gallon per 12 inch of trunk diameter or portion thereof. The applicant may plant replacement trees on site or pay the applicable in lieu fee or a combination of the two to fully satisfy the required tree replacement. This is that section that was brought up as, if you're doing an ADU in your backyard or a shed or a pool, do you fall into becoming a development project the same? So it reiterates that remains that lower replacement level. So if the council, when there is a motion, that would be a clarification that staff would encourage. The other clarification is bear with me. Where did it go? It's 060 tree removal permits. When A, permit required, suggesting that it should read, it is unlawful to remove or relocate any street tree or any tree with a trunk diameter of 6 inches. There should be a permit required for removal of any street tree. It's the city street tree in the city right of way, and somehow that got dropped. So even if it's a street tree of 5 inches, you still need a permit because it is a street tree, and there needs to be a permit review for that.
And that'll be an encroachment / tree.
Yep.
And Mayor and Council, could I ask a quick follow-up question to Councilmember Barnacle's suggestion? I totally agree with Heather, and we did have the sidebar conversation about the best place to do fee exemptions is when we come back with the fee enactment for the council. But it sounded like Councilmember Barnacle wanted to also create an exemption for the replacement requirement itself, and I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like the replacement requirement. If the in lieu fee is going to be done by that, and someone says, I'm not paying, it could be handled through the in lieu fee, right? They could say, I'm not going to replace it, and I have a financial hardship for the in lieu fee, and then.
Right, we can totally do it that way, but the clarification I wanted to get was, did you want to exempt the replacement requirement altogether or just the fee? Do you see the distinction? So that if someone had a hardship, they wouldn't have the.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to replace it, but they could say that they don't want to replace it. They would rather pay the fee anyway, and then.
And then there's an exemption in the fee. That works.
That works. Okay, yeah, that's fine with me.
Ben just brought up a good, important point, and we had talked about this previously. What we want to make sure is that there's not a disproportionate lack of tree replacement in disadvantaged communities within Petaluma. So we might want to think about in such a case, there's a city supplement or program to replace the tree or pay the replacement for the replacement, or you might find that over time you're seeing more loss and less replacement in areas of the city that actually need more trees because of a long history of not having that same investment. So I think it's probably something as part of the fees, we should look at how exactly we do that to make sure we're not creating a situation moving forward.
If I could, go ahead.
It just feels like a partnership with our partners and here in the audience who can help address the tree shortages in those communities.
Right, because what we're talking about here is replacements and avoiding and regulating those versus programs to add canopy where it's lacking. That's sort of on us and our partners. So I think that from a policy standpoint, that makes sense in terms of implementation.
Okay, let's bring in one more point of view here, Vice Mayor.
Do we then have to establish criteria for what is a hardship?
We will, when that comes back, we'll have to have some nice, clear, and we could peg it to things like, some of the language we have about income levels, like for some of our programs that are pretty well established, or some other factors, so staff can noodle that when we come back, so that you can give us clear direction about that when you make a decision about fees.
Okay. Yes.
Two other minor modifications, the title of section
Enforcement
violations and enforcement, and then also under the penalties as indicating that it's a penalty and it's also required replacement.
I think we're all clear on that.
Yeah. Okay.
And the language should be too. Just weighing back in on the hardship thing, I think that's for a construction building permit. Would seem to be very hard to declare a hardship if you were in such project. I mean, I don't have any problem including it, but I think for a practical matter, we're not looking at risk to this.
I'm thinking senior citizen on fixed income living in an old house that has a tree that's growing over, and he or she is going to have their insurance canceled, and it's a hardship, right?
And there's a tree replacement required because
they're going to cut down a tree, so they're
even though
supposed to replace it, but they can basically say, "Hey, look, I'm on a fixed income, like I've got enough problems around the house, whatever." Yeah.
Great clarification. Thanks. Yep. Did you want to make a motion consistent with the amendments we've talked about?
Well, first, a question on adding in the hardship and reducing fees. I think don't we already have a process like in all the permitting processes that if there's hardship, they're trying to get a permit done, but there's hardships that they can actually get some reduction in some of the fees or costs?
There's no across the board mechanism like that.
Method like that? No. Okay, just check. Then I would be fine if whatever language needed to be added in then. So that.
We'll noodle. I think the council's given good direction about that. We'll come back with some choices that I think will work for you about when you act on the fees.
Okay, with that, I would like to make the motion to move this item.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Shribs and a second by Cater Thompson, and a roll call vote, please.
Is that inclusive of the modifications that staff mentioned?
Yes, all the modifications that you've suggested to be included.
Okay, thank you.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
No. Oh, I mean, yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
That's wonderful. Congratulations. And thank everybody, thank staff for putting this together. I know what a heavy lift it was, and thank all the participants who stayed the course on this. Good night. We have one more item, and that item is item 11, and it's an adoption of an urgency ordinance, first reading, of the non-urgency ordinance, and the City Council amending Chapter 1709 of the Petaluma Municipal Code, all electric construction in newly constructed buildings, to convert Chapter 1709 to a policy promoting but not requiring electrification in new construction and substantial remodels in support of building electrification, economic, public safety, and greenhouse gas benefits, continuing the city's non-enforcement of Chapter 1709 since the ruling of California Res Association, City of Berkeley, April 2023, eliminating all mandatory electrification requirements and directing staff to continue research potential policies and programs for achieving the city's blueprint for climate action goals consistent with applicable law. And before we actually have staff to jump in, we had a council comment?
I'll be recusing because I work in the area of building electrification out of abundance of caution. Thank you.
Please have the record show the Councilmember Barnacle is recusing for this item. And with that, we have our City Attorney, Eric Danley, to take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, members of the public and staff. Eric Danley, City Attorney. Thank you for laboring through that completely non-catchy item title. Mr. Mayor did a great job. So I'm planning to be brief in introducing this item, but ready to answer any questions of the council. This is really an action to conform the city's municipal code with our practice regarding electrification regulations that we've been following since the City of Berkeley decision of the Ninth Circuit was filed. So some quick background. May 17th, 2021, the council adopted Chapter 17.09 in the Petaluma Municipal Code. It enacted local amendments to the California Building Standards Code. The city was among 70 California jurisdictions that adopted electrification requirements, but many of them did them in different ways, some police power regulations, some building code changes. Enacting Chapter 17.09 was consistent with the city's climate emergency framework, which identified electrification to eliminate fossil fuel use in buildings as a strategy and action to help the city achieve its carbon neutrality goals. So not too long afterward, in April 2023, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit invalidated the City of Berkeley's ordinance prohibiting natural gas infrastructure in new buildings. The Berkeley regulations, unlike Petaluma's, were just under its police power, not building code regulations. But the court's ruling in that case was very broad, and it said that the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, which regulates the energy efficiency of certain covered consumer products, actually preempts local ordinances that effectively prohibit the installation of natural gas appliances or infrastructure. So regardless of whether local regulations provided for electrification in the local building codes or just as a police power regulation, the ruling would prohibit the local requirements for electrification in new buildings, and in Petaluma's case, substantial remodels. I'm just going to note that was the ruling caught many of us by surprise, given its breadth and the fact that EPCA was really only regulating, providing for consistent regulation of energy efficiency standards as opposed to choices of building energy. And I'm also going to note that the U.S. government itself was an amicus in that litigation in support of Berkeley's regulations, not opposed, but in support. And so there's no mention of that in the ruling, or this National League of Cities, or League of California Cities. There's a lot of amicuses in support of the Berkeley regulations. It was surprising there was no mention of that in the court's ruling. So fast forward to January 5, 2026, this year, despite the city's non-enforcement of Chapter 1709's electrification requirements, the U.S. Department of Justice filed suit against the cities of Petaluma and Morgan Hill, challenging the electrification regulations. The complaint alleges the regulations are preempted by EPCA, which was not, that conclusion was not a surprise to us since we concluded that ourselves after the ruling of the Ninth Circuit. And we didn't have a chance to confer with the Department of Justice since we found out about the litigation with the press release that was issued the same day it was filed. Given the foregoing, our recommendation to the council is to amend Chapter 17.09 to convert the chapter to a policy that encourages but does not require all electric construction in new construction and substantial remodels. The proposed amendments to our code, the urgency version and the regular version, the urgency version which we're recommending the council adopt tonight, and the regular version that we recommend the council give first reading to tonight, would accomplish that. All the mandatory requirements have been eliminated. We'd also, the draft that we presented to the council for action would also include direction to staff to continue to evaluate legally defensible approaches to advance the city's climate action plan goals in light of the Ninth Circuit decision and other applicable law, as well as the pending federal litigation. And that concludes my introduction of this item. I'd be happy to take any questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so a little bit on this. We've gotten 2 letters from one of our constituents with raising 2 questions. Hopefully they will be fairly easy to answer. First was that did we require Living Spirit to do all electric? Was it a requirement for them, or was it a option that they did voluntarily?
I just summarized for the council what our conclusions were when the Ninth Circuit opinion was filed, and what the legal recommendation was, and what my understanding of our practice has been. I don't have specific details about that particular project,
Okay,
but we can review.
The question got raised. I thought I'd just get it answered.
Well, yes, and we can follow up and provide more detail to the council about that.
Okay, just so if there was a case, but I think, assuming you are correct, we have not required it on any.
That is my
voluntary at this point.
That
so
is
far.
my understanding, and that has certainly been the recommendation of my office since. I mean, as I think you can tell from my comments tonight, and I think you can recall from communications with my office and the council, that we followed all those developments pretty
Okay, good.
closely.
Just wanted to get the clarity on that.
Yes.
Because that was a raised question. The second one, having gone through both the Cal Green and also T24 reports for like even the ADU I built, the state has strong requirements for electrification and how that's done, along with working with PG&E. And given those expectations now being required from the state level, is it really necessary, since these are recommendations rather than requirements, do we really need this ordinance at all at this point? Because the state pretty much has the recommendations in there through their T24 process and Cal Green process. It's still recommended. So do we even need this as within our own rules, since we're just recommending? Can we just say,
Well, that's for the council to decide, but what we're presenting tonight is responsive to the council's direction about this issue.
Yeah,
And
so I just wanted to raise that as a possibility, see if we just, instead of just making the extensive changes, just eliminating it entirely. Is there any problem with that? Any foreseeable
that's,
issue?
council member, I think that's for your colleagues to decide. We're here presenting this item consistent with my understanding of the council's direction on this issue.
That's
Okay.
right. We're in a situation, and we want to make sure our position's clear. So I think that's what we asked to be brought forward. And so after we do public comment, maybe we'll discuss that amongst ourselves here.
Oh, that's good. I just wanted to raise it up as that's possible, and if there's any problems if we went that way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
No, I'll wait for comment.
Comments or questions?
I have a question. Are we sure that making the ordinance voluntary is the equivalent to repealing it as far as protecting the city?
From what?
from the lawsuit.
So it is my view, and the view of outside counsel that if the council takes the action that we've presented tonight, consistent with the council's direction, that the litigation that's been brought will be moot.
Thank you.
At the same time, also consistent with the council's direction, the council has some very strong commitments and policies through its climate action plan, or blueprint for climate action, as it's now called, to respond to climate change and carbon neutrality goals. And there's lots of scientific facts, including lots of citations in this action before the council tonight, which citations are from the U.S. government agencies. This action is consistent with the Ninth Circuit ruling. It, we believe, would make the complaint moot, but it also is responsive to and continues to support, in a general way, the council's climate change response goals. So, and my understanding is that's been our direction.
Yeah.
So it's the council's decision to make. It's not for us to prescribe. So thank you.
I was going to ask in somewhat of a rhetorical way if we ever felt that this was intended to be followed up on, with sufficient case to invest federal resources to do this, but I think that's best said as rhetorical, and I'll move it over to public comment at this time.
We did receive 4 public comments on this item ahead of the meeting, and I think I have 1 card incoming.
Our first public speaker tonight is Chantel Rogers.
Hi. There's a couple things I wanted to say. First off, it seems a little disingenuous to me to say, well, the city had this ordinance on the books, but since this time, it didn't enforce the ordinance. So what did that mean to developers who came to the city? The ordinance is on the books, and so that's what they're presenting. And the reason that Spirit Living came up, I'm sure, with whoever wrote to you, is because it was like 6 months after the Berkeley issue where they came through and said, we're doing all electric, and we're doing it because the city of Petaluma has this mandate on the books. They have a restaurant there. Nobody wants a restaurant with electric, if you don't have to. The other project is the Gallagher project. That's all electric. Great. Well, Bill Gallagher sued the city of Santa Rosa over their gas. They're trying to get rid of gas in infrastructure as a developer. So I think it's pretty it's not a stretch to imagine that he would not have preferred for his project to be all electric, but that's what Petaluma was saying that they wanted. So I mean, at this point, this is sort of neither here nor there. But I don't think it's helpful to come back and do basically the same thing and say, well, we suggest, this is what we'd like you to do. It's voluntary. What's going to be well received by the city? That's not the same as saying we don't have that because it's not legal for us to have that mandate anymore. You can voluntarily do what the city wants you to do, and I would imagine, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that you would get a better reception from the city. And I don't know that that's fair for developers to have to navigate those nuances. It should be really clear. If we're not going to do it, then it should be off, and everybody who comes should be, evaluated under the same criteria, whether they're going gas or electric. Otherwise, it's not really, I don't think, fair or clear to anybody who might want to develop in town. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment for the item, bringing it back up to council and back to our city attorney.
Just to address a few things just briefly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. First, the Gallagher project is not an all-electric project. Secondly, I want to just read from the purpose section, policy and purpose of what's been brought before the council, section 17.09.005. Voluntary nature. The provisions of this chapter are advisory and voluntary. Nothing in this chapter shall be construed to require as a condition of project approval or otherwise all electric construction or to prohibit an otherwise code-compliant fuel choice. Any project applicant's choice in favor of the building electrification encouraged by this chapter is voluntary and is not a condition of application completeness, permit issuance, inspection approval, or granting of a certificate of occupancy. That's, we think, pretty clear. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, and just to kick this off, I think this document does two things for us. One, puts us in a better legal place. Not that we were in a bad legal place, but it puts us in a very clear legal place, and so I support it. Second, it reiterates our climate imperatives. We've made commitments in so many programs, and as I noted earlier, sometimes it's an uncomfortable place with trees and overreach and things like this, but sometimes you have to make the statement for the values, and the values are for climate are strong. So encouraging participation in a shared vision is a great thing, and having to have one more strong statement that that's our values here in Petaluma, even though it's not a requirement. I think that the document does those two things really well. So anyone with any, Councilmember Cater Thompson?
Just my comment is that I'm hoping the administration will end one day. And so then we can actually talk about things like climate again, and that we're not getting sued all the time. And, let's be real clear. We have a madman in the White House, and we are going to go ahead and just throw an ordinance out to accommodate him? No, I don't think so. I think we do this for our city. This is completely mandatory. I mean, it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. And what we're finding, what developers are finding, it's cheaper to actually go electric instead of gas. And so that's why they're going in that direction. And yeah, they're still putting some gas in for certain things, but this is the future, and I just don't feel as though we should bend for somebody that just wants to have a war for everything. And then we're going to bend for that. And so I'm very happy to move this and just move on.
Hold that thought for 1 second. I want to see if there's any other comments. That's Councilmember Quint.
Yeah, as I was sitting here listening to folks deliberate on this, I was thinking about the question of, should we just repeal it or should we amend it as proposed? And I think what was going through my mind, Mayor, is really the same as what you eloquently articulated, is that it's a statement of our values. And so I would advocate that we approve it, and really to reiterate the statement of our values.
Thank you. Do you have any? Councilmember Now.
3 years ago, when I got elected, and I knew this ordinance had been approved by the prior council, and I was talking to the restaurant chef, Charlie Palmer, and I said, do you know Petaluma has this all electric? How is that going to work in your world famous kitchen in Petaluma? And he says, a lot of communities have gone in this direction, and myself and other chefs have learned to use electric. We do prefer gas, but we have learned to think about the future. So that told me that, okay, it's okay to think about the future. And I think that is why that council put this in place. And I'm ready to move forward to do whatever we need to make it voluntary and keep our city out of lawsuits. Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, also talking about the restaurants, and I've seen enough webinars by celebrity chefs now and other places that there is a movement. Restaurants are moving to induction stoves, particularly. They're finding that because if you have gas, you have to have much larger air filtrations. You have the smells involved. You have carbon dioxide poisoning for the workers that are in the site. And so the HVAC systems have to be much stronger. So costs are much higher that they've discovered using gas. And that turns out the induction stoves turn out to be more efficient anyway. They're even hotter now than even the hot gas stoves. They can even make them hotter than the gas stoves. Faster heating, more low cost. So there is a movement for restaurants to actually go that direction. It's going to take some training and time, but it is happening. So that's one thing I just wanted to, from the comment that was made earlier. The second thing is a couple of the questions I asked, I just wanted clarity of what the truth was and what we're really about. I'm totally in favor of what has been said, that we have set a policy. We are climate change. That's what we are all about, which is where we going. And so I absolutely emphatically want to keep this where we're going. I think our city attorney did a great job of converting the language. And if we can do that and still keep an ordinance that is recommending, I'm all in favor of that, keeping us within our policy. So I just want to be clear about where I'm coming from and why I'm asking questions and where I want to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion from Cater Thompson,
I'll second.
a second from Now, and looking for a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle is recused. Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Dick Harley?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And let me just clarify, that was a motion for both the urgent and that was for the agenda item as recommended. So that is two ordinances, one of which we'll see again as a second reading.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Great meeting, everybody. Thank you very much for all your efforts. This meeting is adjourned.